Hey Dallas, uh, welcome to Tit for Tat, this and that. And I'm Alvin. And today, uh, wait a minute, I think Deshaun's mic. Um, sit real quick. Uh, Today we got the short stack revolution in here with us. We have Miss Stevie, Style by Stevie Daytime. And we got Day Breezy, Deshaun, and we got Bubs the God. Uh, Welcome everybody. And today we're going to be talking about the Great Divide. Imagine waking up to this, America alone, our allies leaving us, all the dissension and stuff going on around the world caused by this Trump regime. I don't think you can call it an administration, but we can call it a regime, a dictatorship. Um, but before we get started, and then we're also going to talk a little bit about this trans issue, this trans issue that keeps popping up um, all across the social medias. That's really probably the only place I really hear it is on. This through social media. I don't really hear it much out in the streets when you're out, but when you're on these social medias, on these outdoor internets, then it's a lot of hateful rhetoric going on out there. So anyway, let's get started here. How you doing today? Well, Bubs just popped up too there. Hey, Bubs.
What's going on?
Miss Stevie. Miss Stevie, how you doing today?
Doing wonderful, and I'm going to tear Trump's head off today. I'm excited.
I am
Yeah.
screaming. Is my background loud?
No, you're fine.
Okay, I just want to be sure. Okay, because I'm over here playing the game. I'm playing the Division 2. It's funny you
What?
talking about Division. I'm playing the Division 2, so I'm here.
Oh, okay. And there goes Deshaun talking about, we saw you pop in here, Bubs. Keep going, Bubs. It's so delicious. You got a lot of crackling there. You got a lot of crackling going on.
He always trying to put me inside of somebody's pot and stuff. I'm a damn popcorn kernel or
He got
something.
you as a pop.
Jesus.
How you doing today, Deshaun?
Buzz was looking really attractive on Conscious TV, though. He was really looking,
Thank you.
scrumptious. I mean, he did, right? Style by Stevie and Tit for Tat. I know you saw him like that.
Yeah, Bubs always
Yes.
he always looks cute.
Thank you.
Some people just can't help it.
Yeah.
I can't help it either. You know what I mean? I can't help it either.
You better put some ice in certain areas. And ice it on down. Baby. Over there hotter than July. I cannot.
Oh
I'm
God.
surprised he's not in that shower.
Okay.
I'm really surprised I'm not in that shower too. You never know. I might. You know what I mean? And I'll be listening while I'm in the shower. So you'll see me very soon.
So
Besides, I gotta
Bubs
go to work anyways tomorrow. So
Oh, you
Yeah,
you off
please make sure
today?
you take a shower before you go.
yeah, while I'm listening.
But
Bubs,
he
you
said,
got your
was you
work
off
for-
today? Are you
Huh?
You
off
said
today,
what?
Deshaun? Are you off today, Deshaun?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
This is my last day. But yeah. While I'm listening, I'm just gonna enjoy the shower while I'm listening to Buzz, Tit for Tat, and Miss Stevie. So I'm just listening, just enjoying.
Yeah.
Come get some of this, Queen Stevie, because I guess you want to give it to everybody.
Mm. Yeah, he was in the live last week, Bubs. He done threw me into the three-way with you and him. He done put us in a three-way.
Wait,
And he put me, you, him, and CTV all together. So it's just
Oh,
a whole
You
ATL
remember
fest.
that? You
So he
remember?
was-
Wow. I thought you was gonna
Mm,
forget that.
no, I don't usually forget anything. I don't. I like to talk about stuff, but I don't usually
Especially
forget.
every
I ain't
time
not
when we
yet
try to
anyway. I
forget it,
ain't got dementia yet.
and especially when we try to forget it, you bring it back up with that
Yeah.
that
His oils and rubs.
oils and rubs and macadamia nut oil, whatever it was he was trying to rub on me, that maca, whatever he call it, or something. He got
Back in
he,
yeah, it's mica or something. It's mica or so. It's like a root where I
oh,
mean, it
now they
helps
gonna
you
put roots
energize.
on me. I cannot.
No, it's not that. No, it's not a spell. It's nothing. It's like a root from the ground where it makes you, give you that little feeling of, love. You know what I mean? That's
Oh
what it
wow.
is. You know what I mean? That little something inside of you that will come out. You know what I mean?
Huh?
So that's all it is.
So, what
Lord.
do y'all think about the? You know what? First, before I get started, in CT, CTV's live last night. I was thinking about some of that too. Wait, hold on. Let me
Yeah,
mute
Deshaun, baby,
Deshaun
you
here
gonna have to you gonna have to invest some headphones or something.
because that static. Oh, I
That
muted Miss
feedback.
Stevie. Wrong person.
Mm-mm.
Oh, he muted himself.
You better get you some headphones, Deshaun. Shit, they only like $10.
That was an interesting discussion yesterday. When I popped up in there, I think y'all were talking about the DL Whisperer. So I missed the first part of it, but then I did catch like I think I caught about a couple of hours of it. Um, that once we got into that the politics part of it, that was interesting. Listen to everybody's views on whether people like voting or not voting and stuff like that, or what it's doing for us. I thought rumors and tea. I mean, and when she was talking about the DL Whisperer, and then and women, like it was black. She was saying it was like black women, um, who are mainly throwing the daggers and stuff, like that. Um, and just her point of view, the stuff she was saying, it was, that was really hitting.
Yeah, she was speaking. She was
So,
speaking. I
Spot
like
she
that
on.
really
about T.
was,
Spot on.
huh?
Yeah, she was.
I,
It was
Yeah,
right
she
on
I
the
was
top.
saying that her opinion was spot on.
was
And
spot
I
on.
keep saying this all the time. Like trans people, we're not your enemy. And that goes to bio women too. And I know one of the topics we're going to be discussing is Jackie Reed and Joy Reid, especially Jackie. Like when Alvin told me
Yeah,
that, I was disappointed because I've been following Jackie Reed since BET Night News. Like that's my
right.
girl. I loved her. But after finding out she was misgendering somebody, like I can't support that. And then it just kind of makes me look at Joy Reid kind of like sideways, like, you friends with Don Lemon. But
Yeah.
how do you feel about other people who are not on Don Lemon's status, though?
Mhm.
So it just
Right.
kind of makes me like, I don't hate Joy Reid. I love what she's doing, and I love how she
I like
absolutely
Jordan too.
gathers on the news as well too. She's educated, she's amazing, she's beautiful, she's all of these things. But it just kind of makes me look at you sideways. Like, if you're going to be for Black people, you cannot exclude queer people, and I say that all the time. You
Agreed.
cannot exclude us. It
Agreed.
starts with Bayard Rustin, James
Mm-hmm.
Baldwin, Marsha
Mm-hmm.
P. Johnson, and Sylvia Ramirez, uh, Huey P. Newton, Fred
Mm-hmm.
Hampton.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even Huey P. Newton said it. He said he would feel more safer with, at the time, he said, I would feel more safer with the homosexual because I know that they're not going to do anything crazy than anything. The quote is posted up there on the page, and I shared it to the group chat.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
while we got a government full of PDFs, I can't say the other word, they are running our government. Our government is being ran by mediocre white men. Trans people, we have become the Beyonce of the situation. And what I mean by becoming the Beyonce, we are the center focus. Queer people have been the center focus when there are so many other things that people are focused on and need to be focused on, like the price of rent, like the fact that this orange piece of shit just basically gave us 15% tariffs. That's going to be us paying for it. Yes, big corporations, will they refund people though? That's a question. It was a young lady who did a video on it. Will these corporations refund the American people for having to pay all these high tariffs? That's a question. People are going to be losing their jobs, but somehow queer people, especially trans people, because I'm the only woman on this panel,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and I
Mm-hmm.
occupy that space, but we have become the topic of the conversation. And it's just like, it's time for us to move forward. We can't move forward if we keeping our own people back and oppressed. And one of the beautiful young lady that was on the panel yesterday, Dee, she said it brilliantly. It's the crabs in a barrel mentality. We are pulling each other down. Trans people, we have been the topic of the conversation since this election. Oh, they're using the bathrooms. Oh my God, they're playing in women's sports. I can't play with them. Oh, police, somebody help me. Listen, you shouldn't be concerned about trans people. We're not the ones going in the bathrooms with you causing harm to you. If anything, you should be looking over your shoulder at a government that is full of pedophiles. That's who you need to be looking out for. You need to be looking out at these goddamn white men that's out here, a bunch of them that's in the Epstein files. Let's talk about that. Trans people shouldn't be the topic of y'all's conversation every 24 goddamn 7, because I know I'm tired. Honey, I'm just like Tony Braxton. Let me grab my purse and let me go on. That episode of Braxton Family Values where all of them got into it. Tawanda, Trina, Tracy, all of them. And Tony was like, purse, that's my cue. Yes, that's my cue, purse. Let me get the fuck on up out of here. I'm tired of it. There was an episode of Fact Talk. T.S. Madison said, Craig, I'm tired. Every time trans people, we get blamed for everything. You get a flat tire, blame a trans person. You run out of gas, the car break down on the side of the road, blame a trans person. You run out of fried chicken, blame a trans person.
Not the
We tired.
chicken.
And I love chicken.
You know what? Me and Miss Stevie was talking about this, about an hour ago? Was it about an hour or so ago? Me and Miss Stevie was talking about this. I actually, I think, the trans issue is a wedge issue, but I don't, I really don't think that's why, the people who didn't vote for Kamala, went and voted. Those are the ones who went and voted for Trump or who stayed home. I really think it really boils down to sexism. And then, and for some people, it boiled down to just plain racism. But I think it really boiled down to sexism as far as like where when there was like blacks or Latinos, or other, or black and brown people when they stayed home. I think that it boiled more down to sexism, but they used the trans issue, they used that as the excuse, because that, it's easier to say, I voted against Kamala because of, the trans issue or the gay, the gay, lesbian, trans issue than it is to just come out and say that you're a sexist, and that you didn't vote for her because she was a woman and they didn't want a woman president, and a lot of people are fearful of, even though there's women presidents all around the world, and queens ruling and doing all other type of stuff. But here in the United States, I like
right. We're the United States. You're right.
The United States.
Shit, the stakes are high.
Here, we still have so many phobias and all other type of isms, that we just can't let go of. That will eventually be our downfall. It'll eventually. It's already weakened us, or whatever. But I think that's what it is. So it's instead of them just saying, coming out and saying that it's because she was a woman. I think they use the trans issue as the issue. Now we do have, and that's where it came in with a lot of the white people and some people, some brown people too. But it came in with the white people with the racism, and because she was, because she was black and a woman, or because she was a woman and black. It could be a combination of both. It could be either or a combination of both. or whatever. And then and let's just throw the trans issue in there because we can use that as a scapegoat. So if they ask us or why we didn't vote for her, we can't say that we're racist because we don't want to be seen as racist, even though we are. We don't want to be seen as sexist, even though we are. So but the trans issue, well, most of America is against trans. They're against the trans or whatever. Or secretly they say they're not, or they're for rights for everybody, but secretly they are. Most of America really, in their hearts of hearts, they really ain't the shits for the gays or the trans, or the queers, period. So,
all
but
together.
anyway, go ahead. But that's my take on it. Now, Miss Stevie, I love Joy. I've been watching Joy when I first started. I used to, read her stuff in the Griot, but then I also, was watching her on NBC, and I still watch her. I still love Joy. I watch it. I get a lot of my stuff and some of my talking points and stuff from her, so it was disappointing, which we'll get to that later, though, as far as the video. It'll play a little bit after this political one. But it was disappointing, and I still love her. I'm still, her points of view and her political aspect, not nothing romantically, but she's cute, but I like me some Menses. And she ain't a Menses, so anyway, I do love listening to her. So I'm gonna still listen to her, and I still do listen to her. But I think, when you said Jackie, you said she was on something. I'd never heard of her before until I start seeing her.
BT.
Until they came on, read this, read that on YouTube. So I had never heard of Jackie before. And she was the one who really spurred all of this conversation that they had. But, and we can get into that a little bit later or whatever. But to me, I still, Jackie, she doesn't want to be called transphobic, but I don't see any other, I don't see anything else there where you couldn't call her transphobic just from the statements and stuff that she made. She may be transphobic light, but being transphobic light is still transphobic. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
damn.
So anyway.
As our girl Hope Giselle would say, it's transmissia for you to basically invalidate the existence of a trans person. Alexis is a whole trans woman, has been taking hormones. You clearly see breasts. You clearly see the presentation. It is giving trans woman. And as T.S. Madison would always say, that's something that I've struggled with and I'm being transparent with all of y'all, gender dysmorphia. Like, am I looking, like a woman? Am I presentable a woman? I've had people literally come in my live stream these past 2 days here on YouTube and call me a man. They call me a man in a wig. But baby, if you see me, the body doesn't give that. The face doesn't give that. Yes, my features are strong. I look just like my mother. So, I mean, every trans woman is not going to look like Laverne, Amaya, T.S. Madison, who else? Janet. We're not going to look the same. So what is a woman? That is the question. Gender is a social construct, and you've heard Conscious TV say it. You've heard me say it. You've heard Hope Giselle say it. Fairy Puss, and breaking news, Fairy Puss is coming to the dollhouse. She will be coming on my show later this month. I had to hold that secret in. Yes,
please let me know
coming.
when, because I commented. I didn't interrupt you. I'm sorry, but I commented on one of her lives, and I don't know. Maybe she thought that I wasn't recognizable to her, so I don't know if she thought that I was like somebody trying to troll or something when I wasn't or whatever. So it would be good to be able to like actually talk to her, because I do fuck with Fairy Puss, and I do like her commentary, and I've even used some of her commentary and remix it in a sense, like when she was telling the story about trade and all that. So I'm definitely looking forward to that conversation.
Speaking of Fairy Puss, because I watch Fairy Puss.
Mr. Palmer got her channel strike, Deshaun. Yeah.
Yes, I was about to say, you read my mind.
I'm so glad.
Who got the channel strike?
Mr. Palmer.
Durant Palmer. Palmer, the DL Whisperer.
Durant
that his
Palmer.
name?
That's what I call it.
Flagged his try to flag her channel. And she actually had a talk about that right on her channel. She said, Lord, honey,
Well, they
They
need to
try to
check out
flag my
Bubs.
channel, honey.
They
Why
need to
you
check
sound
out
just like
Bubs
her?
and
Shut
stuff.
up. Can't stand you.
They
You
need to
sound
they
just
need
like
to
her.
check out they need to check out Bub's channel because he did a whole layout. He did a whole layout on the DL Whisper, and delved quite deep into it, not just with what what DL was saying, but he kind of went into a lot of the minutia of it too. So anybody who get a chance should pop on over there and find his his videos, and then the commentary and stuff later in the live and stuff where where people are coming in commenting on it. I actually wish which she don't watch my channel anyway, I'm sure, but I wish Rumors and Tea was up in here because I would like for her to say exactly what she said yesterday, because I was sitting here editing for this show, so I couldn't even pop up in there, right? Because I had videos going here, and then I had different stuff I was researching and trying to type and comment through there too yesterday. Otherwise, I would have popped up in there too. But when she said that, I popped up and I was like, I said she did that. She said that. So I wish I wish she could come in here and say exactly what she had said, last night, because I know for one thing, it struck home to a lot of people, and it also probably struck a nerve with a lot of women too, because a lot of women, they didn't like what she said. Maybe some of them that was in Conscious show, they were fine with it, even though he has people down in his comments and stuff too, dragging trans people and gay people and whatever, queer people. But probably the majority of the world, that's something that they would have needed to hear. And Bubs, Miss Stevie, Deshaun, if y'all can summarize it or say what she said after we watch this Joy Reid thing, if y'all can remember, because I got it up here, but for some reason I can't get it all out here. But if y'all remember anything that she said, if y'all can quote her or do any of that stuff, feel free to do that, because it might help our listeners and audience kind of understand what I'm talking about, because I ramble and shit. So,
Well, she basically was saying that women are always in competition with each other. They don't even, it's like they try to drag each other down just like it's a crabs in a barrel for one man. That's what it is. And the thing is, that's their downfall. Because the thing is, they're so concerned on this one man that this man don't even give a crap about either of them. Because the thing is cheating at the end of the day, just like Conscious TV said. And also, she was also talking about also sexuality when it comes to you don't even give the man a chance to really explain his past history and stuff like that. She even said that I would date a bisexual man. You know what I mean? If I'm going to, because I'm going through another phase, another new way of life or something. So
An evolution,
an evolution or something. So she said, I'll do it. You know what I mean? Because the thing is, to make him feel comfortable, you women don't even let these men feel comfortable, and that's the reason why this world it is what it is today. You know what I mean? And she was also explaining about how like compatibility, how to make another person comfortable in who they are, try to accept for who they are, and all that other stuff. So there's so much that she was saying, but again, and also women need to stop attacking trans women. They're women too, you know what I mean? But again, it's more competition because they're so scared that it's like now we got to deal with another competition. But the thing is, these dudes are playing with anyone. You can't make a dude like just you, because the thing is, they're gonna like another person.
that part.
Or another person. They might like a trans person, but you might not know about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then when you find out about it, it's like, oh my God, he gay, oh my God, and all that other stuff. And it's not even that. They like the femininity of the outer the outer speck of the person, not the inside whatever. Because even T.S. Madison said that she had experiences where men don't even want what she has between her legs. She said, they said, put that away.
Right. They showed that in Pose. You remember they showed that in Pose when Dominique, Alexis on there, but when Dominique got her pee-wee whacked off, then the man who was keeping her, he didn't want her anymore, and she was kind of living off of him because he was actually, paying all of her expenses and giving her money, had an apartment, and he was the one doing all that. But once she cut that off, he didn't even want it anymore. So it's kind of like, where some people they fetishize the penis, and some of them they don't want to see it at all. I think some of them, like the ones who don't want to see it, those are, I'm just guessing, but they might be the ones who say that they're straight, and they don't even want to visualize that they're messing with a trans woman who might have a piece down there,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't really know how to explain that, but there's some who probably fetishize that penis, and
I was just
then
about to say that.
Other ones, what'd you say, Bubs?
No, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was about to say, like, I was going to say that too, like the fetishization part. Yes. Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. So I think, and actually, people, I think we all, I think everybody fetishizes everybody to an extent. We can fetishize any damn thing to an extent. I guess as long as it don't become like an obsession or something like that, where you can't perform or you can't do anything without that fetish being in there. But I think, everybody fetishizes probably something, I think it just goes to the degree of what your fetishization is.
Yeah.
But, but yeah. And, and then, we hear that trope of, when, at least when I was, younger, I would hear, well, actually, I heard it not too long ago though, where women, just say they have a thing for you or whatever, or they see you, and in their mind, sometimes they could see somebody like that they might want to date or get to know, or whatever, and then when they find out you're gay, that trope that they use, what a waste, and then
I want to throw the Bible at your ass.
Yeah, and I always when they say stuff, like that, I always think, like, well, why would you say that's a waste? It's not a waste because there's somebody gonna get it. It ain't gonna be you, just like there's somebody for somebody. There's somebody for us too. So somebody's getting it, so it's not a waste. I know they use it in a direct derogatory term. Sometimes they don't realize how derogatory or harmful it sounds, but
because they want vitriol,
or they're joking around with it or whatever. What'd you say, Deshaun?
It's all about vitriol and dominance. They want you to change for them because the thing is, it's kind of weird because so this is the weirdest, strangest shit. They will say, oh, I won't date a bisexual man. I was about to say this in Conscious TV because when Conscious TV was talking about women dating ex-gay men because, this, and then they found out that they're still sleeping with other men because they still have that urge and stuff. I was about to say the dumbest thing that they ever have done and I won't date a bisexual man, but you'll date a gay man of X that used to sleep with other men. And then the weirdest shit about this is when a woman finds out that, because let's just say this, if the woman didn't even realize the man was sleeping with other men in his past, she'll say, ew, oh my gosh, I'm sleeping with a man that liked to suck D. But then you women are sleeping with ex-gay men thinking that they've been delivered. Then years later, when they have children with the guy has a lust to other men. Then you find out, and then you're saying, "Oh my God," confusing shit. It's so confusing. I don't understand it. But the thing is, they don't want to accept that they do like gay men. They don't want to accept that they do like bisexual men. Because the thing is, it'll embarrass them. Because the thing is, of society. That's the reason why. They have a fetish for gay men. They just don't want to talk about. That's the reason why they're doing that bullshit.
And the Black collective punishes hetero Black men for saying, "Hey, do y'all watch? Have y'all watched the show Insecure? Do y'all know the character Molly,
Yeah, Molly.
played by Yvonne
Right.
Orji? Yes,
Uh-huh.
she found out that her guy that she was talking to had an experience, an
Bisexual.
encounter one time with a man, and then she just sort of like, that is most cishet Black women,
But
cishet
she had an
biological Black
experience.
women
But she's had experience
response.
with women.
With women.
Yes, and they
Yes,
do
on
that.
the
So
show,
it's like,
she had experience with women, but it was a double standard when it came to her, the man, that guy she had met.
exactly.
You know, all of a sudden it was,
There you have it.
ooh, yuck, and I don't think I can do it, or I'm going to think about it every time I'm with him. I'm thinking him, you know, either fucking a man or getting fucked by a man or whatever. You know, that would be going
Tim's
through
in
her
the
mind.
air. We know.
But it was
Yeah.
it's a total hypocrisy. It's a double standard.
Hmm. And also now let's go on Bad Boys Club, okay? Now you had this light-skinned dude that had a history of sleeping with trans and stuff, and also did some gay stuff in his past and all that. And there's pictures of proof of that. He was telling this bisexual dark-skinned dude, because he was just saying, "Oh, I'm bisexual." He said, "You ain't no bisexual, man. Either you gay or you straight, nigga. Are you gay, nigga? Because the thing is, anyone who takes D loses their manhood is gay, nigga." I'm like, what the hell is going on? But you had a
Sound
history
familiar?
with the trans community. This light-skinned dude was like saying you gay and all that, and I'm like, did you had a history? You were doing all this feminine shit back in 2016 with your boy or something? I'm like, and now you have kids and all that. Now you just erase everything and just going, and you're in Bad Boys Club, gay, bisexual stuff. All of them. You're right there. Why are you there saying all this shit? And you have kids. You have children. Now
Sound
you're
familiar,
heterosexual.
though? Sound familiar? Remember when Bubs went on a certain platform and one of the gentlemen there said on that platform, I quote, "Man, you ain't no bisexual, you gay." How the fuck you gonna tell somebody what their sexuality is?
He said that to
And that's the
Bubs.
thing. Yes, exactly. The certain, I'm not even gonna say the platform, but these
Oh,
Black
Bubs
men
did
up here,
Buns
right? They
album.
just don't want to get it. It's like, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
Platform.
Mm.
Oh, I forgot the name of them. I only watched it because Bubs was
I
on
can't.
there, but I ain't been back over there since.
Again,
You
they're
know what?
called the Fupa Lex. That's the
The
name.
fupa. Yeah. So wait. So Bubs, you said you was bisexual?
No. I'm very much like T for T. I like men. And that might
You,
possibly,
but you
and that
said
might even be
Bootay.
No, what I was saying.
Well, in my case, I like Bootay and Dick, but
you
Bubs
said both.
is like Bootay.
I'll take the I'll take the
Oh.
former. You can have the latter. I just want the ass. But
I'll take them both. I'll take them both and everything in
I
between.
I'm
mean,
so glad you do so that I don't have to. You kind of wish I did.
I
But
mean,
what I said was in that conversation is that men are bisexual. We keep forgetting that there are human beings that have the capacity to be attracted to both male and female and the expressions of that. So it's kind of like, to the Fupalet Jr.'s point, he said, no, there's no such thing as bisexual. You're either gay or you're straight, when there is so much gray area in the middle that it's like, no shade, nigga. The way you talk, you kind of projecting like you want to experience that. And please, don't even consider me as a candidate for that, because I'm gonna start taking that as a form of disrespect, and I'm gonna get very upset about that.
well, they called you trans. They called you trans. There ain't no need for bi. They
I
were
remember that.
trans. Yeah. Oh, you're trans.
They call Bubs trans?
Yes, because
Sure did.
Yeah, trans.
because I use the terminology of girl and sis, and like I use gay lingo because I understand the gay culture. According to them, they taking that literally to where it's like, oh, he really wants to be a girl because they call each other girls. But let's say I was transitioning, girl. Let's say that was the case. My titties would never be on the level of that motherfucker's titties because their titties are natural. Those are natural bred yitties. I could never have that. So it seemed like them and bio women got something in common, don't they?
Not to mention
Talking about trans while looking like, girl, the shit you talking about.
Don't forget about what is his name, Harlem Combs, and he had, T.S. Madison was talking
Girl,
about Harlem Combs, and how the one that was talking about T.S. Madison.
You mean Corey Holcomb?
Corey Holcomb, is that his name?
You said what? Honey,
yeah, Deshaun is Corey Holcomb.
Oh, it's Corey Holcomb.
What did you say? What did you say?
Really
Holcomb Combs?
Because I make up the words too.
Yeah, I forgot that man's name already. I just made it up. Corey Holcomb. But yeah, T.S. Madison was like, how dare you talk about me when you have titties and stuff? You're the one that look like a transgender too. I guess we're two big women, aren't we? He was the one that talked just.
Well, heterosexual privilege. I think they think that being heterosexual gives them the right, the privilege to say whatever they want about, the queer community. So, and you say something about them, then they're offended or offensive. But they can use any word they want with us. They can call us anything. But you say something to them, the next thing you know, they're all offended.
That's why I said what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Don't say fish. Don't say, you can't say cunt. You can't say this.
Well, you know what? Okay, don't call me Gen Z. Don't call me Gen Z, and don't call me Gen X.
Right. They can call us fag. They can call us sissy. They can call us punk. They can call us sweet. They can call they can say what's that word that they're using now that's going around where they're starting to put it in the comments about the trans, not tranny, but they're saying what's that word Trump's using for the Republicans and stuff are using for trans women?
Transformers,
yeah. They can insult and say anything they want to us, and we're not supposed to be offended, and we're not supposed to lash back out at them and defend ourselves. But they, but we say something about them, next thing you know, they're never mind.
And
well, how dare you call us that with your D in a booty ass and this and that and all of that? How dare you? We're natural. We can populate. You can't. You can't populate.
Yeah,
we can. We birth children.
Yes.
We birth children. We Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. We do that. We don't do that. We don't do that.
Adam and Eve is giving birth to Adam and Steve. Adam and Eve is giving birth to the they-thems. Adam and Eve is giving birth to the trans people. So at the end of the mother, exactly. Talk to them to stop giving birth to us. Bitch, tell them.
But remember, Cortita also said this: Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. But meanwhile, you had Abraham lusting after his children, so that's pedophilia, huh? But they skip over that. So that's what Cortita was talking about. Like what?
And that's the one thing that they are concerned about. They're concerned about, like you said, oh, well, I mean, if we don't have no rules, then pretty soon y'all going to be letting the PDF files in it. And then I will say to them in response, well, at least y'all will now be a part of the community. Aren't you happy, bitch? At least y'all will be a part of the community because y'all the real PDF files. Y'all worried about the homosexuals.
And the thing is, they let it go.
Got all the PDF files and their name in there, and
they
y'all
allowed
ain't doing
it.
Shit.
They allowed it. They allowed it for that. They allowed it for thousands of years. And they kept it quiet.
I can't wait for Bill Clinton to do this hearing. The tea that he is going to spill.
And I'm gonna be quiet for a while because I'm about to run an errand real quick, but I'm still here.
Okay.
I can't wait. But y'all want to focus on the queer community, but y'all need to be focusing on what's his name? TD McNutt. Y'all need to be focused on Jeffrey Epstein. Those are the real people. I can tell you who's not in those Epstein files. It's not us in the queer community. Not near a single person in the Epstein files
No,
from the queer community is in those files.
And you know
None
who
of
else
us.
wasn't in those files?
No, and I believe in
Hillary
apology long over
Hillary Clinton
Hillary.
wasn't in those files either. Yeah, Hillary Clinton was not in those files either. But you know, she
But
didn't
do you
even
know
know
what's so
and
weird?
neither is Obama.
she never even met Jeffrey Epstein.
Hold on.
You know, but they drug her into those hearings, you know, because they're trying to take take the blame off of Trump, you know, but there was no other woman, there was no other female of no other presidential wife, you know, in those files. Okay, they were never, none of them were mentioned. Hillary Clinton was never mentioned once in those files, but they drug her into those hearings, you know, as if she was in those files. But guess who was in those files? The only president's wife that was in those files was the vampire princess, Melania, the vampire princess.
Yeah,
Okay?
Melania Trump. Yeah, Melania.
But they didn't drag her in there.
No,
You know,
they didn't.
they haven't subpoenaed her to come there. They haven't
Because
asked
she's
her
part
to
of Trump.
testify.
But she subpoenaed a YouTuber.
But they made Hillary Clinton come there, and she never even met Jeffrey Epstein. Had never even been around him anywhere, and she was never nowhere at his house or anything like that. So what does this tell you what's really going on here? What's the cover up here?
Because the Republicans are in cahoots together.
They're using the Clintons as a scapegoat, you know, to take the blame off of Donald Trump. He's the one who they need to drag his old, crusty, rusty, wrinkled ass, orange peeling ass into those hearings.
Listen, baby, when he was busting into those little girls' room, that was enough right there. Right there, when he was busting into those rooms with those 14-year-old girls while they was undressing to go to perform for those people.
What's that 13 or 14-year-old girl who testified? What's the one who testified, that 13 or 14-year-old, where the FBI, they interviewed her 3 or 4 times and they said that her stuff was credible? The one who they paid, you know, who they paid, what's that called when you pay somebody to go away? I can't think of it. But you know, they paid. She was 13. Okay, and she said that Trump had raped her when she was I think she was 13 or 14, and she said that Trump had raped her. Okay, and the FBI interviewed her. They interviewed her 3 or 4 times. Okay, and they said that her testimony was credible, and then they end up paying her, not the FBI, but you know, the Epstein estate or Trump or somebody, whoever it was, you know, they paid her. You know, they paid her. Hey, Slick. You want to come up, Slick? Hey, Slick, you want to come up? You know, and then they paid her. You know, Slick will probably get into this conversation we're going to have about that Joy Reid stuff too. She'll probably like that too, because she had posted, this was about 3 weeks ago. I had read one of her posts, you know, where you know, she was talking about stuff, you know, like this. You know, she was talking about stuff like this, and then she had sent me a message saying that we need to talk about it further. So she might want to come up and talk about that. I think she remembers what you know, she puts out a lot of stuff, you know, and then I read them all, or watch her little videos when she puts them out. Her videos ain't long. She ain't on here long, like 4 or 5 hours like we be, but she'll be on there for like sometimes 3 to 8 minutes or something, you know, putting out her little points. But they, you know, they said, you know, we should talk about that too. So they may want to talk about it tonight on this show too, because it'll probably tie, some of it ties into what we're going to be talking about with the trans, you know, the transphobia and just women in general. Because when the comment that they had put up, it was dealing with, you know, the women's rhetoric, and some of it was men and stuff too. And so, you know, it was a lot of societal stuff. But
Well, I need to tell more about the trans. Listen, to make everyone happy, why don't they just create their own games, their own sport? Why don't they? Why can't the straight community just do this? Create another bathroom. The thing is, when do you know what happened before? They was about to with the purple penguin, and they say, "Oh, we don't want the trans bathroom. You need to go to the men's bathroom." How are you going to go to the men's bathroom when the men don't want to accept you into the bathroom because they have sons in there? Unless they just accept. I don't know.
Even in the prisons. And it's not just that, it's even in the prisons as well, too. If I'm presenting myself as a woman to you, cleavage and everything, and I'm presenting myself as a woman to you, why do I have to go? How does it look with me going into the bathroom with Deshaun, Alvin, and Bugs?
You can come in with us.
Look, and what I cannot.
You can come in with. You can come in. I wouldn't mind. You can
I'm
come
trying
in.
to figure out what is. He was on T.S. Madison's panel when she did the state of emergency. Yes, state of emergency. I cannot remember his name. I know he's trans. He's a trans man, and he did a whole video saying, "How do I look? You know, I got a beard and everything, and I'm presenting as a man. How does it look with me going into this bathroom right here?" He said, "You want me to go in the correct bathroom? Here we go." How? I mean. It's insane. And to Deshaun's point, when we invent our own bathrooms, we see videos of these Christian, so-called Christian, because that word is being used loosely.
Yeah, deep Angelico.
Onika Tanya Mirage and her ass shots. I think those ass shots must have gotten to her brain too far. Along with that glue that was showing in that week, or when she sat up there on stage with Donald Trump. Anyway, baby, the gays hate you, baby. Your whole glam team quit on your ass, and now you having to do it yourself. That how bad is you, honey? But these so-called Christian, they're not even Christians. They're Pharisees. These Pharisees get outside of the clubs and establishments, and they start harassing us. Did y'all see the video? I think it was at Bulldogs in Atlanta, which is a gay club. They get out there and they start shouting all of these Bible verses and stuff at us. You're going to hell. They start harassing us. So even when we do have our own places, our own establishments, to Rumors and Tea's point on that panel yesterday, the CTV did, when we have our spaces, they don't do nothing but the people who are queerphobic and transphobic, they come in and they invade and harass us. And as a result of that, do y'all remember the Post nightclub?
Yeah.
Because of
when they
people's
killed those
hatred,
people
because of
down
people's
there.
bigotry.
Yeah, when he came in there and shot
These
up
people
that
have been radicalized.
Yeah.
I remember where I was when it happened. A friend of mine was out there in Florida. And I said, did you just hear what happened? And they left immediately from where they were, because they were also in the community. So it's like when we create our spaces, they don't do anything but come in and invade those spaces. And they start shouting insults at us. I think Bub said it in one of his lives, we have our churches that affirm us as well, too. We have churches that are affirming of us in the LGBTQI plus community. And even with that, you saw that video of that young man that was up there, standing up there, shouting homophobic, transphobic, all sorts of shit. Right there
on
in front of
Buzz the
that whole
gun.
pulpit.
Yeah, it was so stupid.
And
I'm like, but you are the same straight people. You are the same straight people that always talk about gays need to get out of our churches. Gays need to get out and do their own thing. We don't need them in our churches because it's interrupting the energy of God and all that other stuff. Meanwhile, when they do that, you follow them saying that it's an abomination in the churches. That don't make sense. Pick a fucking struggle here. You're the one that keeps fucking and bothering them.
I don't know what to do. I'm so sick of sisters.
You're
You got them all over the choir.
Yes, Kelly.
You better,
Mother Kelly. If you don't, Mother Kelly, you don't want them in the churches, but yet you have your freaking followers following and harassing gay people instead of leaving gay people alone so that you can only have your own heterosexual churches for you guys so you can be safe with your kids. Since you said these gay people are molesting and doing things to your children, because they also put molestation into gay people too, because that's what they do. Because the thing is, white people, remember, if you go back to the video previously where a white woman was in a room with all these other people, and she was talking about her gay son that was getting harassed by another son, saying that the son said that you are a pedophile, you are this, you are that, you're the one that's ruining all of our ruining other kids, you are this, you are that to me, you're trying to change me because you are gay and all that other stuff. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? Who's teaching this heterosexual kid of the hate towards the LGBT like this?
It starts at home. It starts at home with the parents. Like that, and I use this as an example. Donald Trump is racist. Where did he learn his racism from? His daddy, his great-grandfather was an immigrant. Let's go down the family tree here. His great-granddaddy was an immigrant who owned prostitutes. Then you go straight to his father. His father was a documented Klansman. Where do you think he gets that hatred and that bigotry from? His father got popped at a Klans meeting in 1927, and that's a story that needs to be highlighted and emphasized more. He learns this hatred from somebody, and I use him as an example. When you have someone who is queerphobic, they learn this behavior from someone in their family who is queerphobic. Either they've heard it from somewhere, and they go out here and they attack other children on the playgrounds, harass and bully other children on the playgrounds. And the prime example is the end result of a child by the name of Nigel Shelby, who took his own life. He was 12 years old, took his own life as a result of being bullied and being a part of the LGBTQIA+ community, all because kids picked on him in school. Do y'all remember little Tyler and how Hope Giselle had to step in because his brothers and sisters carved gay in the side of his head? It was a whole thing.
It's either, I think it was, I think it was it the uncle or was it his older cousins? I think it was an older cousin that did that.
Brother, I think it was one of the siblings, and they got charges on them as a result of that. And I say that,
and that dude hit him too. Like, he pushed him so hard. Like, what the fuck? Like, he's a grown ass man. Like, it was the dude with the dreads. I still remember that. Like, he hit the fucking kid and then pushed that kid like he's a grown ass man.
Exactly.
I saw the video.
The everlasting dog shit out of him. You don't do that to no child. Now, see, the ones y'all want to blame queer people and say that we are the reason for what's going on. As far as I can't say that word, but you want to say that we're responsible for the pedophilia. I'll use that abbreviation for the pedophilia. It's not us. It's coming from within the churches. How come you're not allowed to use that word? How come you're not allowed to use that word? How come? Because I know how YouTube is. CTV was saying you got to abbreviate it. Because YouTube,
you got to
scrap.
I've used it plenty of times. I've used it plenty of times. My channel is not monetized though, so maybe that's it. If you're monetized, I think they take away.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. But I've said it before.
But the thing is,
people on their channels.
Pedophilia.
I've heard white people. I've heard when I'll be listening. Like even on iHip. I've had it. With gin and pumps. They say it all the time, and their channel is still monetized. They got advertisers and everything on it. They say cunt, bitch, hole. They say they say rapist. They say all kinds of stuff on their channel, and they still have commercials going, popping up every few minutes on their channel. Yeah, so I wonder why certain people that they do that to, and then some that they don't. That means that's YouTube being selective or discriminatory, because I done watch plenty of, especially when if I'm watching different, different YouTube channels and the people are white, they say all type of stuff on there. They don't even say, they're not on their channel saying unalive. They just say kill and murder, Black people, when you're watching their channels, they always say unalived, or they'll use other words, or edify, or all this type of stuff. But when you go to those white people's channel, they ain't abbreviating nothing. They saying exactly what they want to say, and they're gonna come out and say murdered and killed and pedophile. They say all of it, and I ain't seen one commercial not being taken away from their page.
Again, this goes back to privilege. It's all about privilege when it comes to white folks. That's what it is. Because they can say
And
whatever they want to
entitlement.
say. It's entitlement, and also it's because again, it's the Christians, the evangelicals. Remember when Obama was president, and then they're saying that they're trying to silence us, and then they're saying that the TVs is trying to monitor us. Now that they have this platform, and now that Trump is in office, and now the evangelicals and the megas is now and now in control. Now it's their time to fucking silence us and also use that same technology to actually monitor us, because they're the Karens now. They're the watchers now. See, the thing is, they're the ones that's the bullies. They're the ones that's always miserable. Now that they have all this power, they're still miserable. So they want to make other people miserable too. And that's the reason why. It doesn't matter what sexuality they
Exactly.
are. It doesn't matter who they are, what what it is. They are always the most miserablest thing, and they were always bred like that. It was in their DNA for centuries. They always was and always will. They have never changed for anyone. The thing is, it was just silent about it when Obama was in office, because the thing is, they were talking about us like porch monkeys, freaking, freaking charcoal, all that stuff in those hidden freaking dark webs, because I saw it where they
Taco?
had
Wait a
a
minute.
group.
Did you say taco?
No, not
Trump's the
taco.
damn taco. Yes, Trump is the damn taco. That's the damn taco. Because how you gonna set your tariffs one day and then you gonna backpedal, you gonna backslide, and you gonna change the tariffs another day? That's the damn taco. But let's talk about that meme that he posted, and it's Black History Month. You posted that AI video of Michelle Obama and Barack Obama as apes. There were no apes in the Lion King's, Donald. But we can tell you
No.
what you are. You are a big, fat ass orange piggy. And I'm going to roast you every chance I get. So I'm going to simmer that pot, and I'm going to put your orange piggy ass in that pot, and I'm going to turn that oven on roast every chance I get. It is up and stuck big. I am not letting up off of you.
Stewed pork.
You
Stewed
want to
pork.
call a woman a
The
female
problem
journalist piggy. You want to call a female journalist pig.
and the thing is, Trump knew that he put that out intentionally. It was racist. He knew it, and now they're trying to spin it like they always come out and try to spin shit, or whatever.
It was a staffer.
And he knew exactly what was in that video from the beginning to the end. And even if he didn't push the button himself to click send, he okayed for the person, whoever he said did it. They never did anything to that staffer, because the staffer is Trump. There ain't no damn staffer. The staffer is Trump. And he's the one who pushed his finger to click send on that while he sat there and chuckled and laughed at it. He is a racist, but it doesn't matter, because they were going to come out and spin it anyway, like they do every damn thing else, like, oh, that's not what he meant, or no, he didn't, so and so. I mean, even just sitting there arguing with these folks is exhausting. It's just exhausting. They know exactly what Trump is. When they voted for him, they knew exactly what Trump
Wait.
is. But to sit there and
Wait a
say
minute.
they don't know, or he's not this or that, they're fucking liars.
Miss Stevie, stop. Stop. What? Oh my gosh, Miss Stevie is going in on Donald Trump. She is putting her heel on his neck and just dancing over his back. Just dance. Yep, she said, I'm
y'all.
not done. I'm not done.
Let's go start this little video. Let's start our video off, and then I'm gonna start off with this podcast. They're in Nigeria, and it's called Afropolitan. You know, and I watch them sometimes. Most of the time, this is the stuff they talk about. They talk about a lot of financial stuff, and between between Africa and the diaspora and different places, different other countries and stuff. So, but then and then they also throw in quite a few little tidbits and stuff like that, political stuff in there too. So I listen to them. And then on this particular one, they were talking about different stuff, that's happening between, just say, Africa, Nigeria, and America, like the divide that's between us, and then some of this political stuff that's happening, like with DEI and, and then so they kind of break some of that down a little bit. The video is about 7 minutes long. So if stop me if y'all want to come in and say something, or whatever. But I put this up here so it can lead us into our political talk. We've already been talking a lot of political stuff, but I put it in here so that so that we can well, it'll roll into the this Joy Reid segment and stuff like that, because it seems to be a divide. We're dividing ourselves more and more and more across, not just across party lines, but also across, personal, familiar, however you say that, lines.
I mean,
stuff. We're divided among class, race, gender, sexuality, just all type of stuff, So, and the crack is getting bigger. The crack is getting bigger and bigger, to the point where they want to say America is great and America is the superpower, but we're probably getting to that point where we might not even be a middle power. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
So
also like
play this video, huh?
Yeah. Well, also there's. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was about to say, like, there is a video that Miss Stevie also sent me. I forgot that woman's name with the glasses that she was talking about, where a Haitian woman was sitting down saying that, oh, black people are dirty or something. Dirty Black Americans. She was like, yeah, they're dirty Black Americans.
Well, isn't she black? If she's Haitian, she's black. Unless she was white and born in Haiti.
Oh, she's black. She's black. She's black. Yep, she said it.
Yeah,
she definitely said it with pride.
Americans out here, there is a war on the diaspora. To Alvin's point, there is a war on the diaspora of, I'm going to identify as this. What's her name? Asian Doll just came out today and said she's Native American. So it's like, you don't want to identify as black, but guess what, baby? And it's a story where an actress, a black woman, she literally passed as white. I sent that to the chat as well too. We watched the film Pass. She passed so that she could be able to have a successful career, and that she did. I shared that in the group chat. I looked it up and I was looking up her story. She's a very beautiful woman. Very beautiful. And all of these years, she was able to pass. Her name is Donna Drake. And she hid her African heritage. So we are now seeing some people within the Black diaspora saying, I'm not going to identify as this, and looking down on Black Americans, which is exactly what Politics by Tabitha said. That young lady should have been fired and kicked off of that podcast for saying what she said. Dirty Black Americans. Let me tell you about these dirty Black Americans, girlfriend. These Black Americans, we crawled so that your ass can walk. The United States of America, Blacks, we were here first. Native Americans, they were here first. So don't ever fucking forget that. But let me tell you another thing. Here's where the reality is really going to hit. When these ICE agents is snatching your black ass up off the street, they won't give a fuck if you're Haitian or black, if you were born here legally or not. They are snatching people up. I'm going to say it loud again for the ones in the background. They are snatching people up in the middle of the street. They don't care. People have been kidnapped as a result of everything that these agents are out here doing so that they can live out their G.I. Joe fantasy, their Toy Story fantasy, and unalive Black people and people of color. Do you think they're going to give a fuck if you Haitian American or Black American? They
They don't
won't care.
Yeah, that
They're
doesn't matter
kidnapping people.
in the United States.
They're
In the
building
United States, that doesn't
warehouses.
matter.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, that doesn't
Warehouses
Wait a
are
minute.
popping up.
That woman up there, that movie? Remember that movie, Tit for Tat,
Passing.
with that woman that's steering? When
Yeah,
she was
Passing.
steering in a weird way?
Passing. That movie was called Passing. You talking about when we
Look
did
at my
that
screen.
Passing.
Look at my screen. Look at my
We did it
screen.
on Passing in imitation of life.
Yeah, that's
when
the
Bub
way
was there staring, and he talked
Bub
to
did
Stevie
that
all
look,
hard,
though.
and
The way
she couldn't stop laughing because Bub did the passing stare.
Look at my picture.
Yes,
That's what
he
it is
did.
right now.
Hold on. Let me put my
I'm mad because I could not get the one where she was staring more intently.
Yeah,
That's more
that was
calm.
That is the most.
I was trying to find the one where
That
she had her
scared the-
eyes open more.
That scared the heck out of me. Like the camera was panning over and then it moved over. She kept staring and then it panned right to her. I'm like, that shit was so freaking scary. I'm like, what is she staring at?
That's the
That
first one
was
to get
so
your ass
freaking
cussed out. Who you
scary.
staring at? Are you okay? You talking to me? Hello, hi, how are you?
Bubs, where'd you go find that at? Where the hell did you go find that at?
Baby, Google is your best friend. I just type in HBO movie passing staring and I found the one and I was screenshotting and put it up there. I told you I'm quick. I am quick.
Oh damn. You definitely have a quick game. You got a strong quick game.
I'm gonna go ahead and play this and then stop me if y'all need to say anything and then comment on it once we're finished too also, and then we'll roll right into our other one. Because this other one that we're going to talk about with Joyanne Reed and Hakeem is kind of what what everybody was discussing last night, Bubs. In y'all live, in yours and Conscious live, about voting and stuff, like that, and how they're not, like the Democrats is just like the Republicans, and they're just, some of them are Republican light, and a lot of shit ain't getting done, or whatever. And what's the point in going out voting for them if they're not gonna, so it kind of rolls, some of that what we're gonna talk about rolls into that too.
Well, they got rid. Well, Trump got rid of half of those Democrats. He kicked all of them out, and that's number one. Number two is, that the Democrats also is going on to the Republican side, and also the Republicans are going on the Democratic side. So all of them is a switcheroo.
Okay, y'all.
So that means you don't know who's gonna trust you. Who you can trust?
Hold on. Let's play this video, and then we'll roll back into that, and we can talk about that in our next video. That way we'll have something to light on fire.
Yeah,
okay.
Nuance you're seeing where why doesn't America do its best to downplay classism, even though we know it exists, and increase race, but over in places like maybe in the UK or in Nigeria, for example, race is not necessarily a determining factor, and then class is the thing. What do you think is the nuance between these two dichotomies?
I think because the United States was built on slavery, right? And, its entire capital was based on a Black body, right? And so there was no other way. It was ingrained in the fabric of America, right? And no one is willing to let it go, right? For any reason. And, the very idea of class in America is based on race. Right? You could be the richest Black person to walk the earth, but because you are Black, because that is something that you can't supersede. And in America, they needed something that can't be superseded. You can't change it. You can change almost anything, but you can't change the color of your skin, right? To the point that even if you try to change it for your children, so if you say, oh, I'm going to marry a white man so that my kids will be lighter and then they said, even if your grandmother 8 generations was Black, you're Black.
The one drop rule.
Yeah, the one drop rule, because that's how committed America is to racism, right? That's how committed it is baked in the very fabric. Obviously, there are things that have changed. And so I wouldn't say there isn't classism. And there are Black people who subscribe to this idea of classism, specifically this idea that because I have more money than you, I'm better than you. I'm inherently a better human being than you. Or also, because you are poor, it is because of your own personal failing. But overwhelmingly, it is because of systems, right? And so there is a critique of even Black people who are wealthy, who don't acknowledge that what's going on. But I think on the continent, it's always shocking to me sometimes when I hear people say they don't understand, or they didn't know they were Black. You didn't say this, but I have a friend who just said this. She said, well, I didn't know I was Black until I came to America.
Yeah.
And I think to myself, I don't know what's worse, slavery or colonialism, right? And I just think about how colonized the whole of Africa, Ethiopia says no, but the whole of Africa was colonized up until the 60s.
Yeah.
South Africa faced apartheid up until
the 90s.
Right? And so I'm like, how could you not know? But then I thought to myself, well, it's interpersonal interactions. It's like white people in Nigeria feel like the weather. They're there, they're controlling something, but they're not affecting your day-to-day life. If you go outside and it rains, you have an umbrella, you know how to control it. And so it's a different ball game. But what I've seen present when there's an absence of the race dynamic is almost always this classism, this class divide, this elitism, which I think is hard, but the dynamic is so interesting.
I wanted to get your thoughts on the whole DEI and wokeism backlash, right? So you have a situation now where these things are things where when I first moved to America and I heard woke, I was like, oh, it's a good thing to be woke because you're not asleep, right? Like
hello,
tell
the people.
And when you heard DEI, you're like, oh, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Who don't want to be diverse? Who don't want to have equity? And who doesn't want to be included? Like, what are the things that? So I've seen the shift where these words have gone from, being things that were positive to now being co-opted to be like all these negative stereotypes. I do want to get your thoughts on, because
I think it's just white lash. It's a white backlash to Obama, really.
Yeah.
And seeing like Black women specifically, but also Black men get into these CEO roles. It was past due. They were due that CEO role. They were due that COO. They were due, you know what I'm saying? And so, again, it's these basement dwellers. I have no respect. They're in the basement. They're online. What they have is the privilege of majority. And that's fading fast. It's fading fast. But they have the privilege of being the majority. And so they're exercising their rights. And they're pushing back on this idea that Black people are getting ahead, Black people are elevating, Black people have money, I don't have money. White people in America have been the largest recipients of food stamps and government money since the beginning of government money till now. It's always been that way. It has always been that way. They've had their outsized share, always. But there continues to be a backlash around any Black person that is making waves or making movement. We've had all these brands, we had all these companies come out and say Black Lives Matter. And they're the first companies that are turning around after they've put Black businesses in their stores, after they've made millionaires. Now they want us to go broke. Now they want us to pull us off the shelves and do these things. But I agree with you. I think there needs to be systems in place. We need to be stronger with our boycott. We need to be stronger with our dollars. If Black Americans were isolated from the larger economy, our gross domestic product will be the 13th largest in the world. Nobody spends like Black people.
Yeah.
The hair, the nails, the shoes, the clothes, the things like we're going to do the things. Even if we don't have it, we're going to find our way to it. And I think with strategy and systems, there are ways that we can make this more sustainable, but they will always fight back.
Yeah. Because I moved at 15 from Nigeria to the US. I remember being like one of the people who would try and explain to people like, oh, what's going on in Africa? And then, we had social media, Instagram, Snapchat. And when they moved from watching a CNN or watching some of these other two saying, oh, I was watching Eche Snap and I'm seeing Africa through his lens, or I was watching his Instagram stories and I'm seeing Africa through his lens. It was such a powerful thing, because up until then, I would always tell my friends who are African Americans, like, when you're in Africa, the images you get about African Americans is dreads and sagging pants and jail. And they make it seem like there's no other culture but that, right?
Yeah.
And then if it's hip hop, it's just gangster music. And then again, there's no explanation of the nuances of the culture. But then when I was also in America, the images you see of Africa is, you know, $1 a day, mosquitoes on the head, the whole thing. So I would say to them, like, it feels like to me, like, when we're both talking to each other, there's a white man in the middle interpreting for both of us.
And there it is.
And we have to figure out a way to remove that white man from the middle, which is in the form of the media, and tell our own stories that show to us, oh, we can actually relate with one another, you know? So that's something I feel like I'm hoping the podcast that we do helps people really unlock, because I think I can't remember how many times I was just shocked when I would hear a question. I'm like, wait, where did you get that from?
What do y'all think about that? You know,
Yeah.
And he just said, oh no, go ahead, Deshaun. What are you gonna say?
I agree. It's all about, you know, how should I put it? Like, when black people had their businesses too and everything else, and like the woman said, like, white people had food stamps and all that other stuff, and what they're trying to do is try to make us go broke, because the thing is, they want to get on top again. That's the reason why. So they want to take the easy way out instead of trying to create their own freaking government. They want to borrow our stuff, right? And then they try to tear down what we actually did from the ground up, so that they can try to tear us down and then take our money so that they can have whatever it is, so that we can buy from them, from their own thing. That's the reason why they're doing it. Because remember, if we had our own thing, like if we had our own businesses, black businesses, everything will grow. We would have our own freaking government. We would have our own thing that goes on, and we would have great success, better than white people. The thing is, why white people are so jealous of us is because we have more success than them. And that's the reason why, even though there's more of them in the United States, we have more success than they do. We actually do.
Well, wait.
And we have more money, and plus we have the best music, we have all this other stuff. Money keeps flowing in and all that other stuff. So it builds up. I mean, come on now. Listen, Michael Jackson, for instance, how Thriller came out and everything is so high and stuff. The thing is, you can use all that money and we can make something out of something just like that. And we can actually create and just change the world and stuff. Africans try to look to us and everything else because of the music, how our music and beats and everything else just spread across the world and stuff. This is what it is. Everything is all contribute. The thing is, that's the reason why they're so jealous, is because it's the money thing. It's money, and white people want money so that they can actually control everything, including us too. If we get way too high, they're like, no, baby. And we will take your stuff out in one way or another. And then they can have black people, which is the tap dancers, to try to tear us down too. They'll use any way to try to tear us down. And that's exactly what it is.
You know, with the money,
Exactly.
It's like, I think in the black community, we do spend. We are a powerhouse with our money. The issue with our money is, though, that we don't, it doesn't circulate in our community. We're buying other people's products. We're buying other people's stuff or whatever. And sometimes we're buying that instead of our own, just like hair products and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, we're buying all that from the Asians and the Indians and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times we don't have our own businesses that much anymore. We have some, but we don't.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're not sustainable or they don't last. But our dollar does not circulate in our black community. Our dollar comes in and it goes back out the same day. Other communities, the dollar circulates in their community for weeks, sometimes even months. and that's how they're able to retain their wealth and stuff like that too, and retain savings. With Black people, we can have money and we can get money, but we don't spend it wisely a lot of times, and we don't save it. Now, some of us do, but not most of us don't. That's why you can see like these people, these basketball players and football players, and even Real Housewives, just they make this money, but then they go out and they start buying 10 and 15 cars and showing off, and they're going out buying all of this designer wear, and they want to eat all of the best food and all this other type of stuff. And most other communities, they don't go do that type of stuff. But you will see us out there, and we tend to show off. We want to be very braggadocious with our
That's
stuff.
our downfall.
And then what you do is, within a few years of them, of us making money, we end up broke again. And then they might go out and they'll buy, they'll go out and buy a $20 million home and a whatever type of car, and then go this and go that in their, they'll do that and whatever. And slowly their bank account is getting lower and lower and lower. And then they're showing, and it's all for show. And the next thing you know, what do we hear about them? They're broke.
Oh, they're broke.
Or they got to do a GoFundMe, or you hear about them, where they ended up on the street, living out on the street or something, or whatever. And that happens with quite a bit. I ain't gonna say all or most, but it happens with quite a bit of our Black people who have become famous, or who have gained gained wealth, within their life or whatever. And that's our problem is, we do spend a lot of money, and a lot of money circulates through our community, through the Black community, but we don't hold on to it long enough to to amass any type of wealth or anything. Very few of us can do that. Some do, but very few of us can do that because we're too busy spending it. And what she said there was, we're going to go get the things. We want the things, and we're going to go get the things, and we end up with the things, and then somewhere down the line we end up without. While the other communities, the white and the whites and the browns and whatever and stuff, like that, they're circulating that money in their community, and they're keeping it, and they're spending it. They're spending it in their they're spending it in their community. They have restaurants. If you when you go there, you'll see their you'll see their restaurants, and you know what I mean, or their businesses. They're taking stuff that where we learn. They're taking our food and stuff that we've cooked and been eaten over these centuries, and they're making restaurants out of
their own.
And we go into their restaurants and buy their, we go into Golden Chicken, and go in there and buy their stuff. But they're not coming in. When we have restaurants in our neighborhood, they're not coming into our neighborhoods and
Golden.
they're not coming into our neighborhood. You know what I mean? And and spending, but we're going into their neighborhoods and spending.
Right.
Right.
Go ahead, Quinn. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, but go ahead. I can go after you. Go ahead.
No, you can go ahead and go. I'll go last. I should have went last anyway. No, go ahead. You good? Because I want you to speak. I want to hear your thoughts. Go ahead.
Yeah, I enjoyed Miss Stevie to speak.
I say it all the time, and you hear me talk about it on the show, y'all, about supporting Black-owned businesses, supporting your own. Even Craig, the writer, Stewart, says it. It's important. A little bit of Black history. Hayti District, Durham, North Carolina. The Hayti District, known as the Black capital of the South, among Black leaders in Durham, North Carolina, became a successful Black community. We already know about Tulsa, Oklahoma. Soon after, African Americans migrated to the city to work in tobacco factories in the local area of Fayetteville Road. The land where the neighborhood emerged was initially owned by white merchants, but eventually purchased with capital that Black residents earned over time. In its prime from 1800s to the 1940s, the district was one of the most successful Black communities in the country. The city was home to the historic North Carolina Mutual Insurance Company, Lincoln Hospital, as well as over 200 other Black-owned businesses. Upon his visit to the district in 1911, Booker T. Washington stated that he found a city of Negro enterprises. So to that beautiful queen's thoughts on that video we just watched, this is a prime example. We can have it. We have it. The power is in the black dollar. And Target, Walmart, eat your heart out. But the sad part is we still have people that are shopping at these stores. Alvin just said that. So it is time for us to pour back into our communities locally. Harlem, New York is another. Harlem, New York was the quintessence of Black excellence in the 1920s. From the cultural and social activism to the artistic expression and scholarly works that were created, the New York City neighborhood was home to the Renaissance that will forever be ingrained in American history. Thousands of Black people from the South and the Caribbean moved to the community known as the Black Mecca, and this was during the 1900s, searching for opportunity and new livelihoods. That time period became known as, guess what? Y'all already know it, the Harlem Renaissance. We're talking Josephine Baker, Langston Hughes, Marcus Garvey, and so many more who found solace in Harlem. This era birthed art pieces that helped define Black history and are still recognized to this day. The Great Depression had a particularly devastating impact on Black communities, including Harlem. So we're talking about building, shaping, and building structure. Now, white supremacists are going out here talking about they want to create America in their likeness. I want to piggyback off of what Deshaun said earlier about white Americans. It's more of us than it is them. They are terrified because they are not the majority. They are the minority. So you see Elon Musk freaking out. They're talking about apartheid. When Alvin said apartheid, he comes from apartheid. His father owned emerald mines. Half of us in this chat here have not grew up with a silver spoon in our mouth. We haven't had wealth handed to us, but they have. The Elon Musk, the Peter Thiels of the world, who's also a South African immigrant. So they've come here. They've already got it from the ground up. Whereas Black people, we have had our homes redlined. We have had opportunities that have been taken away from us, all because of the color of our skin. U Street in Washington, D.C. is another. Black Broadway, Washington, D.C.'s U Street corridor was known as the epicenter for Black excellence and talent. And this was at the end of the 19th century, y'all, and first half of the 20th century. U Street was the home of Black social, cultural, and economic prosperity, despite racial and political tension. Speaking of tension, we'll get there later with Mr. Trump. Some of the most prominent entertainers, activists, and educators and artists in the country have walked the legendary corridor. Carter G. Woodson, Zora Neale Hurston, Mary McLeod Bethune, Billie Holiday, and Langston Hughes, and more found refuge in Black Broadway to unapologetically celebrate Blackness. And I say that to say this, to that beautiful queen's point. We can be building. When she dropped 13, that number, 13%, we can have that. I mean, and I'm a hair and makeup girl. That all day, every day you see me, I spend a lot on hair and makeup. But what I try to do is I also try to make sure that I'm supporting Black-owned businesses. And I think that that's the key thing we can do as well, too. There's a Black man who created a whole index where you can go and find whatever it is that you're looking for, like video games, electronics, whatever, and it's all Black owned. We can be pouring into each other. And these corporations who decided to capitulate and bend the knee to Donald Trump to give his orange piggy ass, where's that for? Hold on 1 minute.
Orange piggy. Wait, don't do this. Orange pig.
Where's that for? Hold on 1 minute.
Okay, Slick. Slick, you want to come up?
You know that there's actually pork gravy, right? You know there's such thing as pork gravy. Ever had it?
Yeah.
Pork
I've never
gravy?
had it, but I've heard of it. Yeah, I've never had it, but I've heard of it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm like,
go ahead,
pork
Slick.
gravy. All right, go ahead.
Go ahead, Slick. Slick?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna be like just blunt. in regards to the diaspora wars, whatever, it just really makes me check out because it's just like colorism, which actually kind of ties into it. So, like I say, it just really makes me check out. So I'm gonna try to condense it all while being, over it. If I say this motherfucker is ugly because they black, everybody hands will go up. Yeah, that's wrong. If I say this motherfucker is ugly because they African, echo. So then when you think about how, people let black be for any and everybody, even though we're saying skin color, when we come to the colorism of it all, again, should we just skip to the end? But anywho, so yeah, to me, like I say, because, and again, I hate we have to boil it down to this, but I've always identified both kind of as Black American and African American. Even though, even throughout the years and starting until now, it still seems like more so an irrelevant distinction to the extent we, are accepting of our time in America. Because there are some differences, yeah, but still. And so again, we talk about fundamentally throughout human history, how much bulk of our history we had in common. Like I said, I just be over it. Because again, with the colorism thing, we know it's typically people saying, oh, they don't like so-and-so because they're dark skinned rather than light skinned. And the same thing with the Black American versus, Africans or African Americans. We know typically people will talk so slick, greasy, all that about Africans, even quote unquote Black people. I'm pretty sure y'all can name a few real quick and easy.
Yeah.
Talk all that ish. And then, like I say, with on the other side of the flip side, again, in my experience, being around Africans and Black Americans, it's less likely. I'm not saying it don't ever exist, but I'm saying it's less likely. So for me, it's like are we having a conversation about both of it, or are we just playing the sides for the wars? So, anywho, like I said, let me finish cooking. I'll probably clock back in a little bit later. But yeah, I know that was like in the beginning or whatever, but yeah, all right.
All right, Slick. All right, Bubs, go ahead.
Shout out to everybody's answers, because I believe that everybody's opinions and perspectives are definitely part of the conversation and needs to be part of the conversation. Like, there are intersections within our community as well that we need to strengthen before we can deal with anything outside of ourselves. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Bringing it back to some of the points in the video in reference to, like, why it seems like Black people or just racism can't be let go of in this country is because the level of accountability that will be required, those in positions of power are not going to do that. They're not going to give that to us. If they would have given that to us, if they were to give that to us, they probably would have done it so long ago. They're not. They're willing to destroy the whole country before they give it to the individuals who actually built this country. So even if they destroy it, who do you think they're going to be looking to build it again? It's not going to be them, because historically speaking, they never really had to build with their hands. They destroyed with their hands. They bled communities dry with their hands. But as far as building something with their hands, no. So when you were talking about how CTV and I and rumors were speaking about voting, and how there are some people who feel like they shouldn't vote, or their vote doesn't matter. And that's why I was saying in that commentary that because of how this system is, we're going to have to meet in the middle. We're going to have to meet in the middle, and we're going to have to believe in a group or a party that believes in the actual people. I feel like there are more people that are in the gray area than there are who are Democrat and Republican, because they both do the same thing. They just do it in a different type of way. So if we're really trying to make some change, we have to do something differently. Like she mentioned, she said we should be boycotting Target, and we will on certain days, but we're not consistent with it. Like our ancestors were, or our ancestors during the civil rights movement, during, for example, the Montgomery bus boycott. They sat the hell down. They didn't sit down in them buses, baby. They sat the hell down in other people's cars, rode bikes, walked. My feet hurt. I'm going to be late to work, all that type of stuff. But they still did it because they were in solidarity. And what happened? The system had to somewhat acquiesce to what they were saying. But we also know that once the system does that, there's going to always be a lick back part. So now that we're in the era of information, now that if there are things that we do not know, we have the ability to discover. If we were to do that and actually apply what we learn, I feel like we can make a difference. It may not be the difference of it'll happen in my lifetime, but damn it, it will give some sort of lifetime the ability to actually get over the hill. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's just, and the fact that now there are people that in our other places who can see this, I love it, because they are trying to destroy or to redefine woke into something negative, when woke is something that is positive. It's waking you up to what's happening in society. It's making you bust your own personal bubble to be aware of everyone else. And the reason why people are afraid to do that is because our reality in America is scary. It's like every day we wake up wondering, is today going to be the day when the shit pops the fuck off? Is today going to be the day when that bill is put into effect, or that legislation passes and the inaction of that happens? Like, we're living in that space. And if we're living in that space and that fear, don't let that fear consume you. Use that fear as information. What do you think our ancestors did when they were on the plantation and motherfuckers walking up to them, getting ready to do some shit? What do you then say to the free slaves who were living in certain zones away from the white people, but the white people just happened to just pull the fuck up with their sheets on their face, over their bodies, over their faces, with their torches and their weapons? Like, that is a real reality that happened, and that is happening. And no shade. Now that white America is getting popped on national syndicated television and ain't no justice happening, oh yes, black people, it's really time to focus on us. Because if they don't care about them, you know they don't care about us. And we know this. This is nothing new for us. But since the system is falling apart, this is the time for us to like focus on what it is that we can really do. And the fact that there are people around the world who are seeing what's going on, I think we need to continue to connect with them, because what we're dealing with has already happened to them. They were talking about colonization in Africa. Let's not forget about Uganda and the unalive the gays bill that passed. How Deshaun has corresponded with people from Africa, from Uganda, in those areas, talking to him about what's happening. Like, and all that happened because of white Christian nationalism. That is now very much alive, very much has its wings spanned the fuck out, and very much is in positions of power. Remember that scripture they always use as far as spiritual wickedness in high places? Yeah, we see that, and we see what's going to happen. So it's just sad. It's just sad, but we have information now. We can make some shit shake. We can make some shit work. The question is, do the people want to do it? And we don't even need everybody. We just need enough. And I'm one of the enough. I land my plane.
Okay. What about you, Miss Steve? You got anything, Deshaun, before we move on?
I'll say
a lot of people. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, whoever.
Go ahead. I was saying that to Deshaun's point earlier about them, having the culture. Black people, we are the culture. We basically invented everything in this country, and they come along and they steal it. And I can give you an example. There was a black woman who created something called rage baking. A white woman takes it and she turns it into her own thing, and she makes millions off of it. And it's just like, we don't get the credit that we're due. They want to steal everything. We are the culture. They come in and they bite off of it and they put their name on it and they change it to something completely different when it's something that originally came from a black person, which is what we touched on last week about how, artists are stolen from. It was Anthony. Yes, I remember sitting down with Anthony what was it, Friday? Me and Anthony sat down and we had that conversation. Anthony G. Marshall, and we were talking about how creatives create, and then when creatives get the credit that is due, here they come trying to steal the culture from us. I think it's important to realize that we have the power. The power is in the black dollar, and we are being ruled by a capitalistic society. It's imperialism as well too, because they're benefiting. I can tell you the number that Donald Trump has made since he's been back in office. You wouldn't believe it.
Billions.
And he's
Billions.
using our hard-earned tax-paying dollars.
Right.
This is to benefit him. It's not benefiting us and our businesses. Under Biden, it was a lot of black-owned businesses that popped up. So it's kind of a slap in the face when you see people who look like you going to the White House with this man saying they're going to celebrate Black History Month. It was very backhanded to say, hey, I got some black friends. They think I'm good. Y'all calling this man a godsend. No, he's not a godsend. He's a straight up demon. That's what he is. He's a straight up demon. And the late Nikki Giovanni called him a mix of Adolf Hitler. And if Adolf Hitler and Satan were to have a baby, it would be Donald Jackass Trump. That's
Damn.
who it would be.
Damn. Well, I'm telling you, she ain't pulling no punches today. Oh my
I told you
God.
I'm not letting loose over that comb over. That fucking comb over. I'm not letting loose.
Steve,
It's up with his ass.
It's
what
probably
about,
got. It's
oh
probably
yeah,
got
Donald
bird
Trump.
eggs. It probably has bird eggs up
But
under that hair. Under that bird
Donald
nest
Trump
up
and
on that head.
remember when Donald Trump said that he was going to make sure a check down in Texas about the transgenders and stuff down in Texas? Then I think they passed a law for that down
And
there
Be
in
careful what you
Texas.
wish for, Donald. That
they
hand
did
turning
that.
colors again.
They did that in
I,
Arlington. That's up the street from me. That's only like it's about maybe a 6 or 7 minute drive up the street because I live in South Grand Prairie. So Arlington, Texas is right up the street from me, and that's where they actually passed that law. And I used to live in Arlington before I moved here. I had a house in Arlington, and y'all probably don't know. Y'all don't know this, but I'll tell you. Are y'all there? Hello?
I'm over here.
Yeah, I'm
Yep,
here.
we're here.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm trying to figure out what happened to my.
I'm over here.
Oh, okay. My whole screen disappeared just now. The whole thing shut down.
They've been saying
And then,
StreamYard has been acting up recently, so
I know
Yeah,
it's
it's true.
horrible.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
But I actually was the delegate. I was the delegate that had to go down and cast my vote to send Barack Obama to the White House. So we had to caucus. In Arlington, it was a caucus city, and I went down. And I caucused, and then they actually chose me to be the delegate. And so I had to go all the way down to Austin, Texas, and cast my ballot for all of Arlington. And then, and I cast it for Barack Obama. And now look where we are now. And I just live right down the street from there right now, just 6-7 minutes away. And they're up there passing anti-LGBTQ laws, in that city. It's not in the rest of Texas, not the rest of Dallas, Fort Worth, but just right up the street from me, they passed that. And nobody's going to adhere to it. I mean, ain't nobody going to follow it, and they're not even going to do anything. Texas is very known for passing laws that they're not even going to follow. They just put them on the books just to say that they're there. They don't do shit about them. Nobody follows them, Anybody? Did I shut everybody up? What happened?
Oh no, I was
you
doing
good.
something. What happened?
I'm over here playing the game and I'm listening to you and stuff like that. And I'm in this firefight.
Oh yeah, okay. This is off topic, but I need to tell you something. Did you hear about speaking of Texas? Did you hear about? I know this is off topic, but did you hear about the white father that was from England that came over to see his daughter? I don't know what happened, and I guess they had an argument about Trump, and she said, "What if it was me that I was molested or sexually molested or whatever, sexually touched? What would you do?" And then I guess something happened where she was downstairs and she was unalived from him, and the boyfriend heard about it. Yeah, did you hear about that?
Yeah, he said the gun accidentally went off, but yeah,
No, he killed him. She killed just all because of her opinion.
They didn't convict him. Yeah, they didn't convict him because they said it was a accident. What is it called? Involuntary manslaughter or something like that. But yeah, they didn't convict him.
It was no damn accident.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. I'll go ahead and play. We'll start going into our other political part of this with Joy Reid, and then it'll go into this other trans issue that I want to kind of talk about too. We talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the show, but we can get about, once y'all hear what was said, then y'all weigh in and, give y'all opinions on it, because it's, to me, I don't know, even if you really like somebody, I don't know if I think you can still be friends with them or something, or like them, but I wouldn't not necessarily consider them real true allies. And I just want to get y'all opinions on that too, because this was just recent that this happened. I mean, Joy's been in some other issues as far as queers go back, dating back to 2016, 17, 18, that she apologized for. And then this one, I don't know if y'all would think this is, along the same lines of that or, but we'll listen to this part with Hakeem first and Joy, and then we'll scoot on into that one.
I'm saying this raggedy shit. My beautiful Christians, I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
And guess what? His big, burly, and busted ass is trying to keep that damn promise. Congress just passed the Save America Act, which would add more limitations and restrictions on access to the ballot box. It's already hard it is to get a motherfucking real ID, but now they want to add more shit to the mix. And this some old bullshit. So guess what, ladies? If you married your husband and changed your last name, if your name doesn't match what's on your birth certificate, you don't get the vote trick. And white women, I don't want to hear, oh, Trump tricked us. No, he didn't. He told you. Well, I'm a white woman and I refuse to vote for a black woman. Well, now your white ass ain't going to be able to vote at all. Well, not all white women. I don't give a fuck. The majority. Well, Kenny, I don't like this. Why aren't you holding white men just accountable? Because white men are doing what's in their best interest, which is to silence your ass. And I'm not sorry, white women, because I can't really take y'all seriously. This shit is on the way to the motherfucking Senate, and I ain't heard shit from Cold Pink. They too busy hollering at Harris. Where these pink pussy huzzies at? For all the motherfuckers that was sitting on the motherfucking internet in 2024 telling people not to vote for Kamala Harris, I want to motherfucking know, when you sat here and said that our votes didn't fucking matter, that the outcome didn't motherfucking matter, why is it that Republicans are doing everything in their fucking power to make it harder for people to be able to have access to the ballot box? Make that shit make sense with the gerrymandering. Now with the Save the Americas Act, the Supreme Court still pending to make a decision whether to gut Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Make that shit make sense. And I already know that white women are about to pretend to be fucking victim in my comment sections, but I want you to understand the only reason why I'm yelling at you is because I cannot fucking trust you. Y'all continuously vote against your best interest, but then go out in the motherfucking streets and protest. That doesn't make any sense to me. Nobody can fucking trust you. The only people that I can trust is the 92. The 92%, because they always stand on fucking business. And I'm gonna need y'all motherfuckers to not be mad about it, but start taking actions around it. Be a real fucking ally rather than lie.
We support ICE and law enforcement. I support ICE. I don't know what's crazy about this.
Yeah, I'm going to punch you.
You're gonna punch me?
Yes.
And you're gonna get in trouble for that. Okay. Whoa. Chill out, bro. I stand for my beliefs. I'm gonna peacefully stand here and support my beliefs. I support ICE and law enforcement.
Fuck yourself.
Whoa. That's against school code. No swearing in the school.
They're on their way there right now. All the students walking out of the building as well.
I support ICE and law enforcement. Am I allowed to stay here?
You are allowed to.
Okay. I'm allowed to have this sign too, like everyone else? Okay. I just stand for my beliefs, like this is okay.
So that white boy who just comes out and says, I'm going to punch you in the face.
I
For those
live
drama
I
club
live
people,
for
you might
that.
want to leave them
I have
alone,
an
baby.
update on that as well too.
But
I live.
did y'all see the school and how the police just walk up in there calmly and they don't do shit to them? And they walk up into our schools and they dragging us out and taking us to detention and shit. And the boys sat there and punched. I mean, they it's like white people can just do whatever they want. And it's
Well,
just
if you're
like
gonna do
there's
whatever
no
you want,
consequences. Huh?
if you're gonna do whatever you want and you have that privilege, then use it in the way that he did. Just like how that white boy punched the other white boy in the face. If we can, if we don't have enough privilege to do that, bitch, you do it for us. You invited to the cookout.
There's an update on it as well too. No criminal charges were filed against him, and he only received a 2-day suspension. I love it so
That's
much.
it?
He did what was right.
Wow.
So, yes, I would have clocked the hell out of him too. You talking about you pro ICE? I'm gonna get into that after we watch this clip of Joy Reid and Waj absolutely tearing Hakeem.
He should have did a Luke Kane
ass
flying
up.
kick on his ass.
Okay.
Oh, so yeah, I was gonna say, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, like, I'm the type of person I do kind of have to push back on like the just automatic trust of 92%, because still that 8%, the auto trust, they can still do some damage. So, but yeah, I mean, I do agree, give a chance and everything like that, benefit of doubts, or give a chance and all that. But yeah, there's there's a balance, there's a limit and everything. But yeah,
So 92% here.
I agree, 92%. Because those women vote against their own interests to appease their fucking weird ass, disgusting ass, pedophilic ass, dominant ass freaking women. You are the lesser being ass husband. And that's exactly what you get for freaking voting against your own freaking interests. And now that things is going to pass and things is not going the way you want it, now you want to come back saying we regret it. Too late now. Now suck it up, suck your husband's D, and get over it, because that's exactly what you want. I'm sorry. That's what it is. That's what it is. I'm sorry.
That 92%, I'm with you, Slick, though, because that 92%, so and that's what they're talking about. They're talking about the 92% of black women that voted for Kamala. But those that also
submit like you're supposed to.
Within that 92%, those a lot of those black women don't support
submit like you're supposed to.
They don't support other black folks. There's the divide. That's the divide, because we're all black. We're all in that community. But then the divide is, the divide is that those women that voted for Kamala will not necessarily come out and vote for them and they, or trans or non-binary or queer, whatever out of their scope of realm of reality that's not in that Bible. Or what they perceive, what the Bible says. They can vote for them. But we will come out, us queers will come out and we'll vote for the whole of, and we've talked about this before, but we'll vote for the whole, for everybody to have equal rights, civil rights, the right for this or the right for that. But in that 92%, and also because we're talking about black folks now, but and also the 80% of black men, whatever, they will not necessarily come out and vote for us, even though we will come out for them, because we're not for not protecting, black women, because we're for that, but they need to also be allies and protect us.
That part.
Right,
We're,
that
listen,
benefit of the doubt for protection.
stick our neck, we always stick our necks out for the betterment of our own community and vote for the overall betterment for everyone. And I said this about white women and white men, mainly white women. I said this I was telling Deshaun this, me and Deshaun had a phone call. We were talking about, I said, white people in the voting booth is a very dangerous thing. Let me elaborate. Because we don't know exactly if they're voting with us or if they're voting for our downfall. And what they voted for in this election was for their privilege, for their entitlement, because there is only, they want it to be a white minority. They don't want our black asses here in the United States of America. They want us to look like, what's the show? Leave It to Beaver, with the milkman being white, with the white ice cream shop, all of that. They don't want our black asses nowhere in. So white people, mainly white women, they will vote the way, as Deshaun just said, the way their husbands tell them to vote. Kamala put out a whole commercial saying your husband does not have to know your vote. Did you see what Jesse Waters on Fox News with his thick ass eyebrows got up there and said? Oh, if my wife voted against me, I'm going to have to divorce her. It sounds like control. And this is what Rumors and Tea was talking about on the panel yesterday.
Control.
Patriarchy. You want to beat women into submission. Well, let me tell you something right now. I'm one woman you can't control. I'm a Scorpio. I'm wild. I'm crazy, sexy. I'm cool. I'm all of that. And if you try to hurt me, I'm going to get you back. I'm a Scorpio. I'm petty. I'm letting you know right now. I'm going to get you. I am one woman you cannot control. So Donald Trump, I know your punk pussy ass is watching. You ain't yet made no returns over here to South Carolina, but you can go after Tish James. Why you ain't come after me?
Oh damn.
I put it on wax. Why you ain't come this way? Why you ain't come over here? You send the fibbies to Tish James' house in New York. Jasmine Crockett is out here receiving death threats as a result of everything that you're doing, but you ain't yet made no turns to South Carolina. Why you ain't come on down here?
Come on down, Donald Trump. Come on down. Come on down.
He's on down the road.
He's on down. He's on down the road.
Okay, here we go.
Ain't gonna win. He's on down. He's on down the road.
Okay,
That's my song.
Bring in the
Sing it
minority
backwards.
leader of the United States House of Representatives, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries. Thanks so much for being here.
Great to be with you.
So let's talk about that. The Department of Homeland Security's funding runs out tomorrow. Now, just to be clear, for those in the chat, they will still have money because the big ugly bill funded ICE so that it is essentially funded better than most armies throughout the world. But the funding will officially run out. The Democrats, and if Jason, you could put it up, have put up a set of demands that we've read on this show that seem entirely reasonable, demasking ICE, making them identify themselves, making them basically just act like regular law enforcement has to behave all over the country. Will the Democrats in the House, which you control that caucus, and do you believe Chuck Schumer will cause the Senate Democrats to hold firm on not giving them another dime until they do the things on this list?
Yeah, I believe we're going to continue to hold firm. And that's in fact why when the clock strikes midnight tonight, there will be a shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security because the funding bill will lapse. Now, our view is pretty simple. Taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people, not brutalize or kill them, as was done in cold blood with respect to the killing of Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy, horrifying the American people. We know ICE is out of control. They've gone way too far. They need to be reined in. And our value proposition is that immigration enforcement in this country should be fair, it should be just, and it should be humane. Donald Trump promised to target violent felons who are here in the country illegally, but that's not what's happening. And that's why our view is that dramatic, bold, meaningful, transformational changes must occur in terms of the manner in which ICE conducts itself via statutory and legislative change that is ironclad, and absent that, DHS, in terms of the funding bill, is not moving forward.
Well, before I let Waj in, I know he has lots of questions for you too, but you said dramatic, bold change. When my mother became a United States citizen in 1976, took her 16 years to get her citizenship, there was no ICE. There was just the Immigration and Naturalization Service. It worked perfectly well for her. ICE only exists because of the 9/11 attacks, right? The Department of Homeland Security only exists because of the 9/11 attacks. We existed for 200 years as a country without either of them. It wouldn't the boldest possible move be to say, when that funding runs out, this entire agency shrivels up and goes away, and ICE becomes not just defunded, but it meets its demise?
Well, I think, as you pointed out, with respect to the one big ugly bill, which is a whole different battle that needs to be waged, you're talking about $191 billion slush fund that Republicans exclusively, not a single Democrat, voted for the one big ugly bill in the House and the Senate, was given to DHS, $75 billion of that going to ICE. At the same time, when they enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history and ripped food from the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans by cutting SNAP by $186 billion, largest cut to SNAP in American history. We all opposed it. All of that needs to be addressed as we move forward. It's one of the reasons why, of course, we need to take back control of the House of Representatives and hopefully the Senate as well, so that we have the gavels to be able to address the abuse and misuse of taxpayer dollars. In terms of the fight that's in front of us, right, that will be in front of us for the next few days, next few weeks, next few months, depending on how long Republicans continue to insist on them preferring to shut down FEMA, shut down the TSA, or shut down the Coast Guard, as opposed to making the type of dramatic changes that are necessary. The question that I'm asking is, how can we save American lives now? How can we stop the violent targeting of law-abiding immigrant families now? How can we stop the abuse that is taking place, the targeting of sensitive locations like schools and hospitals and
Why does it
houses
sound like
of
the
worship,
chipmunks?
and of course polling sites now? And how can we stop ICE agents from behaving with violent impunity
But
now?
wouldn't it stop them if they just stopped being an agency? Just abolish ICE.
But I don't know what you're suggesting in terms of the funding fight that's in front of us now. What we're with the one big ugly, but what we're trying to achieve, for instance, I think the most significant thing that can be done amongst the whole list of things that we've talked about, right, substantively, is to ensure that when ICE agents violate the law, when they violate the law, they can be criminally investigated and prosecuted and are not shielded by this principle.
Go ahead, Deshaun.
Why do you sound like the chipmunks?
Me?
You sound like the chipmunks. I'm the only one that can hear it in my headphones.
I don't hear it.
Hear what?
Are you guys hearing that?
I don't
he
hear
sounds
anything.
perfectly fine to me.
What?
You guys all sound like the chipmunks.
Who sounds like the chipmunks?
You might have to come out and then come back in because it might be on your end because we don't hear it.
You sound like the chipmunks. I swear you sound like the chipmunks. It sounds so funny.
I wasn't even talking. That was Hakeem. That was Hakeem and Joy. I wasn't saying anything.
Yeah, y'all sound like the chipmunks. Oh, the whole platform sound like the chipmunks.
Okay, go back out, Deshaun, and you come back in. What about you, Miss Stevie and Slick? Do y'all hear? Y'all hear something?
No, I don't hear anything.
You sound so funny. Stop talking.
She said,
"Girl, is you high?" I'm the one over here smoking, girl. Are you high? Oh, he left already. Okay. Twan
Okay.
says they sound normal. It sound normal to me. It must be on his end because even when he was talking, there was like a little staticky like thing whenever he talked. So it might be on his end. But I'm good.
Okay.
You guys sound normal to me.
What about you, Miss Stevie?
Yeah, everything sounds normal on my end. I don't hear anything.
Okay. All right. I'll let Deshaun go out and I'll bring him back in. We'll continue unless somebody has something to say. There goes
No.
Slick.
I want you to keep. I want you to continue because I want.
Yeah, girl, I was kicking when you said, "Is you that edible finally?"
I'm over here partaking of the herb myself, and I'm like, now if you smoked a little something, took a little something, I can make it pass. But I'm like, damn, you laughing this hard off the chick mounds? The chick mound, girl. What? The chickmunk sound?
I love it.
I know Queen Steve
What do you
love when I just blend words together. Be on my Andrew Caldwell stuff. I'm so sorry. Let me shut the hell up and get back to my game. I'm listening.
Okay. Okay, here we go.
Absolute immunity, which is one of the things that we've put on the table. And the reason why, just so that I'm clear, my thinking, that we see these people behaving the way they are behaving. It's not just the masks. And of course, we've demanded that the masks come down. It's the fact that they think that the Department of Justice, under Pam Bondi, who's a disgrace, will never investigate them. And if the Department of Justice does investigate them, they'll never charge them or convict them criminally. And even if they are charged and convicted criminally, Donald Trump will eventually pardon them. That's the only rational explanation for why people would engage in such blatant violence and break the law repeatedly.
So, sir, if I could just say, if they're willing to break the law and they act with so much impunity, is this an agency that can even be reformed? It seems to me that ICE structurally is so flawed that it would perhaps make more sense to end this agency rather than tinker with it. You see what I mean?
What I'm suggesting is that the type of changes that give us the best chance to end the violence now by putting the pressure on the Republicans, because of course, anything that passes now is going to require Republican votes, just a handful in the House and in the Senate, to do the right thing for the American people. And giving state attorney generals, for instance, like Keith Ellison or Tish James, the ability to criminally investigate or prosecute ICE agents who break the law and engage in violence is perhaps one of the more immediate ways under the Trump administration. He's the president right now. Republicans control the House and the Senate. It's one of the most immediate ways that we can give the country the best chance to end the brutality and the violence that is being engaged in with impunity.
Representative, may I?
Yes.
I'm going to give you some numbers. Just today, it came out that ICE is using $38 billion to convert warehouses into camps. I'm going to call them concentration camps. Your colleague, Representative Raskin, went to one just yesterday in Maryland and said there were 60 people cramped like sardines in one room who only had access to one toilet. 65% of people taken by ICE had no convictions. That's from the Cato Institute, a right-wing institute. ICE has killed 8 people this year alone that we know of. 2 of them, Renee Nicole Good and Alex Pretty. The latest polls came out this week, AP polls. Over 60% of Americans now disapprove of ICE. That means in 3 weeks, it's gone from 30% to 60%. Now, if I may, I'm going to be a bit blunt here. Leaders lead. And what we've seen is people are impressionable. If you lead on something, people will follow. It seems the wind is behind your back for the first time ever. ICE has a history, CPP has a history of terrorizing Black and brown communities. People are asking themselves, why are we, our taxpayer dollars, paying for masked, lawless men to terrorize our communities, kidnap people, take children, and kill Americans? So I ask you, and I'm following up to Joy, because I want an answer to this. You said you want to rein in ICE. I'm talking about the long term now. Why not lead and say abolish ICE? Because what you're telling us is you want our taxpayer dollars to pay for a lawless masked armed agency to continue terrorizing our cities. And I'm trying to figure out how you, as a leader, can be telling Americans that their taxpayer dollars should be going to ICE.
I don't understand anything that you just said. When
I
I've
spoke
made,
English.
when I don't understand anything that you've just said to me. When I've made clear that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people, not brutalize or kill them. That's the whole reason we're in this fight right now. That's the whole reason the
Can you pause
DHS
real
is
quick?
getting ready to shut down. That's
So
the whole
abolish
reason
ICE.
why.
You agree?
Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
Bubs.
I'm sorry. I just want to say something really quick. Really
Oh,
quick.
go ahead.
What I think the problem is that Mr. Hakeem Jeffries is not understanding is that you now want to say, well, we're going to put all this accountability on them now that we're seeing this, and hopefully the Republicans will see it on our end and actually do the right thing. When what Joy is saying is that the Republicans do not care. They want this to happen. If they did not want it to happen, they would be doing that, but they don't, because the majority of those individuals are in it for the money, because all this is about money. So it's like, instead of just, well, we're seeing this, and then if they get convicted, and then you sit up here and explain how, even if they were to be held accountable, how Trump and the Republicans gonna get them out of it. So it's like, to her point, well, if that's the case, instead of trying to reform it, why not get rid of it? And it goes back to the bigger conversation when I was talking about voting. Both sides are doing this. Well, they have to do their part. Well, they have to do their part. And neither party really wants to do their part for real, for real. So since y'all want to play this whole straw game, then the American people who always have to foot the bill, always, if you realize that your taxpayer dollars are being used in bullshit ways, and you see on the Republican side, those who are middle right or even middle left are saying we're all experiencing this, wouldn't the smartest thing next would be able to do something new, because the system cannot be tinkered with. The system cannot be reformed. Structurally, that's how the system is built. It doesn't matter if you gut the walls, if you gut the interior of the house. It doesn't matter if you gut the siding and gut all this stuff. The foundation of it is still the fucking same. And until that foundation come down, this is what the fuck we're going to always deal with. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. He's not caring to hear what the people are saying. He wants to continue to follow these same fucking rules that got us into this, bullshit, right? And he's not willing to break. He's not willing to play the same damn rules that the Republicans have played that got us into this also, And that's the problem with them, and why we can't get ahead. We say abolish ICE. Most of us out there are saying abolish ICE. ICE didn't even fucking exist until after 9/11. It was created in response to 9/11. Okay, we already have the damn police since the inception of this country, and they invented the marshals and the police. We've already had them killing us, beating us, abusing us. Okay, and they still do it. Now we have ICE, and they're doing the same thing. What the fuck does he think implementing these rules that they just put up there on the screen? Do this, and do this, and make them have body cams and make them do so and so. That shit hasn't even worked for the police. For the regular police, it hasn't even worked for them. Okay. We say abolish, get rid of them. We don't need them. We already have a damn police force that abuses us. We don't need a second one. And then he still wants to follow the same fucking rules. He wants to follow the same protocol. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Just like you said, Bub, shit is not going to happen. Nothing's going to happen. Okay. All you're doing, and Slick said the same thing, all you're doing is licensing the Republicans to keep funding this shit so that they keep harming us. Okay. Get rid of them. That's what we're saying. That's
Slick
why
did not say the same thing. Sorry.
That's what. What'd you say?
I said I did not say the same thing. I said something different.
Okay, well, you can explain what you said here in a minute.
Yeah, later.
I must have misheard your little your text down there. Sorry about that. But I'm saying that for myself. And then there's other people out there. What they're talking about here is abolish get rid of them, because keeping them around is and still funding them, it's not going to stop them from doing the stuff that they're doing. It's only going to get worse, and it's getting worse, and there's going to be more people that are going to be killed, or harmed, or drug out of their homes, thrown into these camps, jail, these camps and stuff that they're making. It's only going to keep happening, and it's going to keep getting worse, until eventually the people rile up against them. And then when the people start unaliving them, then what? Because eventually it's going to be an insurrection of the people, not just Trump who wants his damn insurrection. It's going to be the people who is going to have an insurrection up against the government, because the United States, we can only take too much of this shit, and we're sitting here taking so much of it now, but eventually, as we've seen in the past with the United States, especially with these white folks, they're going to rile up against the government. So go ahead
and let's not forget about January 6th.
Right.
Let's not forget about January 6th. Speaking of insurrections, because they want that to go away. And keep in mind that Hakeem Jeffries is APAC, and his APAC status is 1,741,230. So he's getting paid good by APAC. So they're not going to say abolish ICE. And what Bubs just said, with them having to stick with the status quo respectability, these establishment Dems, I'm a Democrat. I don't know how everybody else identifies. They don't really, but we know that all of us here, we didn't vote for this shit. We didn't vote to have our hard-earned tax-paying dollars. What I just saw just pissed me entirely the fuck off. Why is the FBI director partying with the Olympic gold medalists using our hard-earned tax-paying dollars? Kash Patel, you want to investigate something. Why don't you look into these Epstein files instead of trying to cover up for Donald Trump? That's what you need to be looking into. We also need to be looking into who these people are behind these masks, if you want to be technical about it. How hard is it to say abolish ICE? You and Chuck Schumer couldn't even endorse Zoran Mamdani. He said one thing that pissed y'all off, and that is tax the rich. Oligarchs shouldn't be using their wealth to buy elections, Elon Musk. Since we're talking about voting rights, there was fraud found in Georgia, and it's connected to Elon Musk because he used his fucking company Starlink to help Donald Trump get reelected. Now, Georgia was a state that we know majority is black. We know that there was something off about the 2024 election, and that this pig-looking motherfucker didn't just win this thing by a landslide.
They cheated. They rigged. Of course they rigged. They cheated. Go ahead, Miss Stevie. Sorry.
Manipulating the votes. Which is why they now have this SAVE Act. This SAVE Act is nothing but to stop women from voting, but according to their mating name. If you don't have the same last name as your husband, you know that people don't have a goddamn passport. I know I don't got one. So all of this is to stop disenfranchise black communities of color. More voter disenfranchisement, more voter suppression, more gerrymandering, more redistricting. And since we're talking about ICE, do y'all know that they put a facility down here in my city of South Carolina, in Columbia, South Carolina? No permission, nothing. What is this? A pop-up shop? Are we doing pop-up shops now? Y'all are just going around putting up ICE facilities and warehouses. Next, they're going to Michigan. So
they already
Hakeem
in Michigan
Jeffries.
Now. They in Southfield, Michigan.
And Hakeem Jeffries is not a Democrat, he's a centrist. You have the ones that are for the people, progressive like myself, like a Jasmine Crockett, like who's another? Zoran, who are wanting for the people. Kamala's for the people. Not Zoran. Hakeem Jeffries is a centrist. So they're going to try to not be too far left, where they're saying, where we're saying tax the rich should be taxed and everything. So there are two birds of the fence, the same fucking feather. And now you have people leaving the Democratic Party, my party, and now registering as independents because they are tired. As Bubs and as my colleague, what the Nows the Times say all the time, people are tired of the two-party system. And it's time for people to form their own party. But see, the thing is, the establishment Dems like the Chuck Schumers of the world, and even the ones that identify as Democrats, knowing good and goddamn well they're not, Fetterman, we are sick of seeing that sweaty ass goddamn hoodie and PJs and sandals that you're wearing into the Capitol. We are tired. We know low key, you are a Republican. You know that everything that he's doing in this country is messing everything up for everybody. You know it. But see, y'all are cowards. Y'all are afraid of Donald Trump. This is how fascism grows. When you sit there in fear and in silence, and you just roll over and let them bulldoze over you, not me, not this woman, no way. I am not afraid of Donald Trump. Neither one of us, all of us here on this panel, we are not afraid of him. How hard is it for you to say tax the rich? How hard is it for you to say we shouldn't be funding ICE? No, you can't use the bathroom. No, you don't get nothing to eat. And hell no, you can't go to sleep. We ain't gonna let you sleep. I'm Tanisha from the Bad Girls Club. We ain't getting no sleep because of y'all. No, ICE ain't sleeping nowhere. And y'all want to come up and eat in Mexican restaurants, and the next thing you know, you want to deport the people out this country. Fuck ICE. And fuck you too, Hakeem Jeffries, because you can't even tax the goddamn rich.
Right. It's just allowing this same shit to keep going on and on. They're so, they're so weak. The Republicans, the Democrats, the Republicans always been weak. They just been crazy as hell and willing to wield their power. The Democrats is just getting weaker and weaker, and I don't know. It's just, we need to get some more people in there, and because this voting thing, it's, if we can't get it in here to work for us, I don't know. I just don't know what. But
and make sure y'all register to vote too, because they are knocking. They did the same shit last year in 2024. They purging people off of the rolls. Make sure that you are registered to vote. Everybody, make sure you got your voter ID. Make sure you got all your shit together. These motherfuckers is up to something sinister. I can tell you right now. And if you hear me, save this live. Mark this live right here on this live. And remember, I told you this. Sunday, February 22nd, Miss Stevie told you that Donald Trump has rigged the 2026 midterms. Why do you think he's doing what he's doing in Fulton County, Georgia? Remember, he phoned in Georgia and he told them to find him 11,000 votes. Why do you think people now have a distrust with voting as if their vote is not going to be counting? And that's because all of the shit that he's doing. This man did not win certain states. How hard is it for you to say that this motherfucker lost? But see, he can't take his sheep and go home. He gonna sit here and he gonna bang on the wall until he's done crying. He is a big ass crybaby. He's 79 years old. It don't make no sense. And y'all sit up here and y'all enable him. That's what y'all do. And to some of the Democrats, grow a spine. Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, grow a spine. How hard is it to say tax the rich? How hard is it to say abolish ICE? We don't need ICE. As Joyce stated here, ICE has been out since what, 9/11? And it's to target marginalized groups. Yes, white people are being unalived. It wasn't a close call, and it wasn't really real until they see what happened to Alex Peretti and Renee Nicole Good. That's when it's a close call. Marjorie Taylor Greene, did you wake up yet? Yes, you did. You had your wake-up call. And I'm seeing a lot more of y'all out here saying, I regret my vote. I bet you do. Farmers are losing their farms. And as I always state, how do those eggs taste now for you, bitch? How do they taste now? And Carrie Underwood, that goes for you too, because you low key, you are a Trump supporter. Jelly Roll, you bite off of black culture. You said you're gonna be apolitical. You're a Trump supporter as well too. All of y'all celebrities that's out here being quiet. Half of y'all are immigrants yourself, especially you, Onika, with your ass shots. Remy Ma ate you up on Sheether. It was 7 minutes of pure enjoyment for me, and I loved every minute of it. And that's all I got. I use my time.
Anybody else before I start up the video?
No, I'll wait to the end because I got some shit I want to say. Because
okay, now Bubs, you getting ready? I just saw a notification come across my phone that you getting ready to start your live up. I'm gonna pop over there as soon as I finish here.
No,
okay.
I changed it to 9 because I'm gonna wait till I'm done over here first.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna pop over there because it looked like that's gonna be juicy.
Yeah, and especially since we're talking about trans stuff, it's like
I just saw the topic, so I got to pop up over there.
Most definitely.
All righty.
I ask y'all all if y'all can to pop over, but no shade.
Well, I'm definitely gonna be there. All right, I'll go ahead and start.
You agree with me and Joy? Abolish ICE.
That is listen.
The other thing with him, he's very defensive. You know. It's like he done got challenged, and they're telling him what this is what people want, and he's just not having it. He just got very defensive with that
because it's
the women on the iPad podcast that tore his ass up. You didn't have that same energy for them. What's her name? Jennifer Welch. Baby, she got on your ass. That energy was different. But it's Waj, a man. He challenged you. Waj challenged you. A man of color challenged you, and the energy is different, Hakeem. They do shit like this, especially Chuck Schumer. They do stuff like this. This is what they do. They deflect, they get passive aggressive, they get aggressive because they don't want you challenging them. They don't want you calling them out. Y'all are no different than the Republicans who are running away from fucking town halls because Mike Johnson, by the way, how's that grounded profile, Mike? You think we didn't forget about it, baby? We didn't forget that the Republican National Convention had the grinder for notifications going off. I mean, you would think of Drake's Hotline Bling Part 2. The notifications were going off at the Republican National Convention. Let's talk about it, okay?
Let my cash app ring off like that. Amen.
Y'all so focused on the
something
gays.
is wrong.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, there's been something wrong with your stream, Deshaun, because StreamYard keeps sending me a message saying that they're doing it again. They're saying that no data detected while recording locally for at least one of Dave Breezy's feeds. Please ask the user to refresh the page. So that it keeps popping up on my screen that there's something
they trying
wrong
to get him
with your browser. So I don't know. Because I have it set where y'all can all download y'all sections and stuff or whatever, to y'all, however y'all want to use it or whatever. I have y'all able to cut and paste, do whatever. You can have the whole stream or whatever and for yourselves, but it's saying that something's wrong with Deshaun's.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, as like the resident privacy nerd, I guess. I really think, body cameras is the way to go. Like they said,
What?
body cameras. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay, go ahead. Yeah, I can hear you. I thought you said bi camera.
Oh, body cameras.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
They had in the points because I think I missed one point. So, with that consideration, I don't think there were any points that Joy and Reed had showed that would specifically call for, I think, the abolishment. I think there might have been language for like defund or reduce funds or something like that. Maybe, like I said, it was a few different points. It was a while ago, and I tried to quickly read it. Mm-hmm. So, so I think solutions like that might be more palatable to everybody because remember, we're talking about Congress. And so Hakeem's right now still is the minority leader, if I remember correctly.
He's a minority. He's in the minority.
And so
he's hoping they win. You know, he's hoping that the Democrats win in November when for the midterms, and then he'll become the majority. But I don't know.
I
What
doubt
that's
if it's
gonna
going to
do.
be an election. I doubt if
Yeah,
we're going to have an election or
Right.
midterms with everything that he's doing. With
I mean,
everything that he's doing from
like
Fulton
this,
County, Georgia
if he's
to
like this,
Minnesota.
I don't know how he served. Hakeem serves us well in the. I don't think he's going to be another Nancy Pelosi. I don't see how that's going to work. But if he's like this, and acquiescent and everything like that now, I don't know what the hell he's going to do if he becomes majority leader. We might even
New York, I'll know what to do.
We'll be in a bigger
Primary.
district. He's too weak to me.
Yeah. So I mean, he's in Congress. So to a certain extent, I get, in order for him to get Republicans on to get stuff passed to have impact, there might need to be, considerations and particulars around how they're engaging with the topic overall and particular points within it, which is why I was saying, abolish, even in previous election cycles, the rhetoric war, it wasn't coming through in regards to votes, etc. And so in regards to getting something, implemented for impact with him and his Republican colleagues, outside of what feels good to hear and everything like that, in regards to pushing the needle forward, I could see why he might say, okay, well, maybe we need to have, certain language or, be a certain way around it, which is why I was looking at what the actual, policy and points were. And yeah, that's not it. Because like I said, there was a point about cameras for accountability, not tracking. Yeah. And so, yeah, I was saying I agree with that point. So yeah, so I mean, I get that part of it, but at the same time, like generally speaking, we can't really expect too much out of the Democrats in Congress. But yeah, but that's the thing, the votes. This is a long-term game. We need to be, as a community of people that's pro, human rights, consistently. This is a long-term game. So we could even, whatever, because they're also getting elected on different cycles. A lot of times throughout these cycles, you'll see in one cycle, it's mostly Democrats that are up for re-election. And then one cycle, it's mostly Republicans. And so when we talk about the type of conversations we have around, this time when the Republicans are up versus this time when the Democrats are up and that sort of thing, like, that's where I feel like, again, as people who are concerned about human rights, in this voting context, that's something we have to be consistent on and understanding it as a tool and not an outlet of expression or our friends, quote unquote. No, this is business, quote unquote. Because I mean, government should be a bit more important than business, but then we live in the capital. Anywho, yeah, let's go on.
So Slick, so with the cameras, the body cams, our police wear those now. And it hasn't served us because they use those. They even though they pull out the body cams and they show them beating us and killing us, they still get off.
Sometimes, yeah.
They should, most of the time. I'm going to say probably 98% of the time they get off. Because they have that police code of honor. They have, and once the it goes to the grand jury and it does all of this, the shit always does that. But most of the time, the police gets off, especially when it comes to black and brown people. Now, sometimes when it comes to white people, they don't get off, but they do. It does happen with the black and brown people most of the time. So I mean, the camera can show it, but I'm not sure, that even if ICE wore cameras and stuff, they're still going to beat the shit out of us and drag us and kill us and break down our doors, come into our house. And then, especially, and with Trump and them in office, and now with Hakeem Jeffries, if he becomes the supreme ruler over the damn majority, the House, basically he going to be sitting there probably agreeing with them too. Shit, I mean, he probably ain't, but I'm just saying that. But the cameras is not, even if they do have them, they're still going to let them off. They're law enforcement. So, and they let them, just like now, what's happening now, they're not doing anything to them about Renee Good or Petty, or even the other ones that came before them, because there was black and brown ones that this has been happening to that nobody's even talking about, you know. But but they made the issue, and it's bad, yeah, they should make an issue out of Renee with Renee and Petty too. But there's also us that have been dragged and killed and our doors knocked down, and nobody's talking about that, and it's not.
Yeah, and
the cameras, and they had cameras and stuff too, and it didn't serve us.
And also too, like,
yeah, so
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I remember, you were saying about 98% of the time they get off. Like I said, I didn't run those numbers, but I'm glad for the 2% that it.
I'm just throwing that off the top of my head. I think it's somewhere between 90-something% that the cops get off. Now even with MAGA, you throw that in there now, but with the cops, the white cops, and even black cops have done that to us too. But it's
yeah. So I was saying, I was
the exact number.
So yeah, like I was saying, I'm glad for the 2%, the 10% that that actually helped. Again, which is why I emphasized not tracking, because if we're making sure that community control over the information, so again, it's not tracking. I'm not seeing where the hurt is. That's happening. I'm seeing the help. I'm not seeing the hurt. And so for me, it gets, like I say, it feels rhetorical to say, abolish and wellness and all that, but then we have something to actually help people reduce, make an impact. There's all these technicalities that ultimately mean let's hopefully do nothing because heart, soul, Jesus said so.
What language would you want to use instead of abolish? What would you suggest?
The thing is, I'm not stressing the
you don't care one way or the
need
other
for a specific term, because I haven't, they're politicians. They know, which words and stuff like that. What I'm saying is, this isn't new. 10 years plus whatever.
Right.
BLM, abolish. They're cult-like tactics. I'll say it over and over again. It was cult-like tactics. Facts.
You talking about
a lot of them.
Black Lives Matter?
Yes. A lot of them have explicitly said cult-like tactics. You can break down specifically what they said, and yes, that's cult-like tactics.
Yeah.
So for me, like I say, it's a thing of, okay, like I say, on the Republican side, whatever wordage they might have, but as far as the particular points in the policy, that's, like I said, that's where I'm supporting. Yeah. Now, I know y'all were saying you won't support because, Jeffries isn't specifically saying abolish. And that's where I'm like, well, I don't see why to not support.
Well, he's not.
Let me get my edible.
He's not saying abolish. He's not saying anything. He's saying basically he wants to keep ICE and implement these type of rules and regulations. If we implement this, then we implement this. Now he doesn't want to abolish. He doesn't want to. Even if you change the word from something else, take away or get rid of, or whatever. If you don't use the word abolish, Jeffries wants to still keep them. We want them to go away. But Jeffries wants to still keep them and implement some type of policy, procedures, rules, regulations. But the ICE is not going to follow those rules and regulations. And even if they so-called did, it's not going to stick when it hits court, because they're still going to brutalize us and do the stuff that they're doing. So what he wants to
do. And so, I'm hoping Jeffries will support those policy points, that Joanne Reed had pointed out. Because because the conversation can easily get into the politics around the language of abolish, or the difference between abolish and defund, and which one is strategically best at the moment. But in regards to, he still needs to, whatever we think is overall the best as a society at this point in the moment for immediate impact. He was saying he needs the Republicans, and that's where, like I say, as far as because Arguably, we're not really speaking the same language with Republicans either, and I'm not really arguably trying to. So, in regards to what they can agree on to translate to Republicans, that's what I'm saying. The policy, okay.
Yeah, Republicans not going to get on this side with it, so it doesn't even matter. There might be one or two, but that's about it.
And if there are enough,
what did you have to say, Bubs?
No, I was saying like if the implement, to your point earlier, which is what I was going to state, if the fact that, oh shit, I'm playing this game you can't pause, so you got to be in the moment. But let me go back here because maybe they'll leave me alone back here. If it hasn't worked for the police, if the police can still get off, if you can still provide some sort of proof, some sort of evidence, because again, when you're being judged in the jury of your peers, you are innocent until proven guilty, which means that we have to pay attention to the facts that are in the actual case and evidence presented and the testimonials and stuff like that. So then when we get the video evidence of a police officer misusing their power in a way that somebody lost their lives, a lot of times than not, they end up getting away with it. And then in the realm of social, in the social realm, then it's a fact of, oh, well, we maybe didn't get the complete video. We need to see what happened before the stuff. It's the same thing that happened with Rodney King when he got his ass beat and somebody recorded it. They were so busy about, well, how did it happen? How did it happen? Controlling the narrative. And then it's funny because it's like, even though Hakeem is in the position that he's in, he's a black man. He's a black man. And like it was stated earlier, regardless of what your actual personal anecdotal experience as far as where you come from, whether it be from Africa, when you come to America, you are under the umbrella of black. Even if you break it down,
I'm not
you
sure.
still black.
I don't see. How did that, I'm trying to figure out how did that about whether or not he came from Africa.
No, I'm just stating again.
Because also the thing is, like, say, rhetoric also controls the narrative, and that's why I talk about manipulative tactics.
Mm-hmm.
And why, you know, certain narratives and rhetorics, again, it just feels kind of like, say, manipulative tactic instead of, well, what's actually going on? How can we actually impact? Because again, people keep saying, well, it never. And then, well, when I really ask about it again, like now, well, it's not never, it's most. Okay, so the few people that I do help, we just saying what, screw them. That's basically what every time that means when you're saying, well, don't, because they don't matter. So screw the people that actually did help.
Okay, let me further clarify my point then. Because of how racism has played a place in America and what has happened to African Americans, it's kind of like the whole debate between Amanda Seales and the other people who were explaining to her that she is the one that is messing up. She is the one that doesn't understand. She is the one that if she just did her job, if she just did the right thing, if she just pulled herself up from the bootstraps, if you did all this stuff, then maybe you will be good. And they're hearing all of that from white people that have been telling black people this entire time as far as African American, as far as the African American experience. Telling them that their experience is invalidated and that what the white people are saying about them is right. What I am stating is that because of how this system is created, regardless of what your personal experience is anecdotally, and I respect that. I have a friend of mine who is
I also
Guatemala.
have studied systems, but go ahead.
I have a friend who also is Guatemalan who also said that he suffers from racism in reference to colorism of him being darker complected. How even in that area, before he moved from Guatemala to America, his grandmother told him, watch out for those black people over there. I heard that they be doing this. I heard they be doing that. Now, what I would love more of is for all the intersections of blackness to come together and create something monolithic in this system, because outside of whiteness, unless you specify, oh, well, I'm Angolian, or I'm from Angola, or I'm from here, I'm from that. Because you have plenty of people that say, oh, I'm not black, I'm this. I'm not black, I'm that. But when you look at it from the gaze of whiteness, they're not going to be like, oh, well, okay, you're from Angola, you're from this and that. No, you are still black, is what I am stating. So it wasn't meant to say anything that was nefarious or trying to be manipulative, if that is the way that it's being interpreted. It's the fact of how this system was created. Going back to what he was saying, I was bringing up him being a black man. You should understand what happened to black people and what's still happening to black people, and the fact that you won't take the opportunity to be able to remove this thing that is actively harming. They're not even doing their job. They're not even finding the criminals. Where are the criminals at? Where are these crazy ass Venezuelan gang members? And then on top of that, that makes no damn sense, because if a Venezuelan gang was imposed on another gang territory, it would be a war. You ain't got to worry about ICE coming in. Them niggas be killing each other because you impeding on their turf. So where are these people at? Where are they? Where is the evidence? But what we do see when we follow the money trail, because the main thing is the money. That's the main thing. The only color they care about is green. Fuck black, fuck white. They care about green. So when you follow the money, all these people are now becoming multimillionaires and billionaires. Now all these companies are receiving the money, and they're lying to us and telling us, you're going to believe us or your lying ass eyes. So for him to still fight for something and say, oh, well, we can reform it. We can reform it. Having black people been trying to reform the system for years, and what keeps happening? No matter how far we get ahead, 1 term of Republicans, and in this case, two terms of Republican, they can dismantle all of that. So having the faith, no shade to me, in a Republican and Democratic system, they keep failing us. And whatever hope it is that we have that these people are going to help us, we need to find a way to help ourselves and create a new party. That's just what I personally believe. But I hope that I was able to explain myself in a way that was somewhat productive. If not, please let me know, and I can do some introspective work.
I myself, I don't think that we need to tamp down our words. So as far as abolish, I don't think we have to change it to another word. Abolish. I would just say abolish. The Republicans come out and they say any damn thing they want. They use any words they want, and they get away with it. We're always acquiescent, giving in and trying to do the right thing, or trying to say the right thing to make it softer, so it'll pass, or so that people will get on board and stuff, like that. That's our problem and issue now. We keep changing and giving in instead of standing to our principles and saying what we mean, or whatever, then, fuck ICE, and if we say abolish, or whatever, and I do understand.
Fuck ICE, yeah.
I understand what you're saying too, Slick, or whatever, but we're constantly doing that. We're constantly changing for them, and they're not doing anything for us. They're not passing any bills for us. They're actually taking shit away from us, and until we stand up to them, it's just like, using the word trans, or we can't even use our own gay lingo. We can't do this. We can't say that, this is unpopular, or don't, when we have elections and stuff, don't say woke, don't say Black Lives Matter, don't say this, don't do that. And then we always give in to them. And what do? They trample, wait for us to do it, and then they trample and stamp right back and walk right back over us again. And then we say, oh, that hurts, you put a cut on my arm, or whatever. Stick to our guns and stop letting them take shit away from us that we stand for, and then what we want, So with Hakeem Jeffries, if I don't know what the numbers are out there or whatever, but the last time I looked, it was about 53 to 56% of the public, including Democrats and independents, and just a few Republicans or whatever, some Green Party, but they say abolish ICE, so. I mean, it seems like we're coming up on we have a little bit of the majority there. So why do we have to change our rhetoric, to appease the MAGA people? Because that's what it is. We would be appeasing them and giving them what they want, as they always get. They don't have a problem trampling on us, trampling on our rights, and don't put, making us take trans off of the trying to take it off of the ballot. That's why we didn't vote for Kamala, because of the trans issue and stuff. It should have stayed there. We should be able to say woke if we want to. We don't have to let them hijack shit that we say or brand, or whatever, because they don't let us do it. So
yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna
go ahead, Slick. Sorry,
I'm just gonna leave it because yeah, like I said, I know people would have an issue with me saying Black American versus African American, and so I'm just gonna let that.
I mean, some people would probably have an issue like that, but we say
because I wasn't done with the thought though.
We call each other Black, colored, Negro. We done called us all type of stuff over the ages. I don't know why people should get upset about that. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So yeah. Like I said, I didn't understand what Hakeem's having African ancestry or not, because I know, again, when we talk about Negro, nigga, Black, etc. Again, to my knowledge, the history I remember, etc., that was in reference to the Africans they kidnapped. So, like I say, I wouldn't think there would need to be a distinction there, but I remember, like I say, Sutton was talking about whether Hakeem's has African ancestry and how it doesn't really matter because in Guatemala, there are darker skinned Guatemalans that still might be considered Black or not. I forgot if he considered them Black or not, but they don't like. You said Black. I'm guessing that's the descendants of the West Africans. I know in Australia there's dark skinned people as well. I haven't done all the research and stuff for that, so I'm just gonna kind of leave that there. Especially, like I said, I already mentioned how BLM, cult-like tactics that are meant to install circular thinking. And so it really just gets concerning when it seems like we can't talk about human rights without talking about, like I said, I'm about to say African ancestry, but then, like I said, I know people got an issue with that. So we can't talk about human rights without talking about Black people, but then also, like I say, when we talk about what is Black. So as I mentioned with Hakeem Jeffries, the policy, I think he should support. The rhetoric, we're seeing the value of words and frauds and all that. So, yeah, fuck ICE. I think that's all I got on it. But I done took my edible and everything. I'm gonna.
But you know what? Let me tell you, when you go to other countries and stuff like that, about Black folks, Africans, whatever. When you go to Africa, they're not over there worrying about, whether you're calling somebody Black, African, or whatever. When you actually go to Nigeria or places, like that, it might be some of the ones who actually have come here to live and they start picking up some of our Americanized ways or some of the or some of the colonization and stuff from other places that they've come from, or whatever. And then they might, might start pitting, the Black, African Americans or whatever you want to say, and then the Africans, or whatever. It might be a little back and forth between us and them, who actually live here in America and some in the UK. But when you actually go to Nigeria or South Africa and stuff, like that, you're going to hear very few of that back and forth and stuff. Because actually, when you go over to Nigeria and stuff, like that, they love African Americans and they're very, very accepting, and you don't even hear that out of them. You hear this shit coming across on social media mainly, because I don't hear it that much even out in the public when I'm out in the public, but you just hear it on social media a lot of times like that, all this back and forth. The Africans, you can't say this, you can't say African American, you can't say African, you can't say Black, you can't say this,
No.
You need to say this, or you need to say that. But when you go there, I don't know what is that? Let me that's for Sean. When you go there, you're not hearing all of that type of stuff. You're not hearing them pitting African Americans against against the Africans. You only hear that on social media and the ones who have come here and maybe grew up and their kids, or maybe the kids, and they done been here a long time, and then you might start hearing stuff out of them, but the actual ones that's there, you're not hearing that shit, But anyway,
thanks for the food for thought. It's been a minute and my food almost done. Actually, so
okay.
But I also did want to mention. I feel like they're doing that whole circular thinking with gender as well. But I know y'all want to talk on the trans. About the trans discussion. So, anyway, like I said, I'm about to go to bed. Thanks, everybody.
All right, thanks, Slick.
No problem.
Now I got a question.
Okay, go ahead.
You're welcome.
So you've been so Tiffatek, you've been in Nigeria, right?
Yes.
So you said so you did say that Africans
they thought he was a whole white man.
That they call all Americans white. Whether you're white, black, Chinese, Asian, anything that if you come from America and you were actually born in America, they say white man. I still haven't figured out. Wait a minute.
And no shade, that was kind of the point that I was trying to make, is the fact that when we look at the white gaze, even in another country, it's still you're seen as a white man, not as a black man, not as an African American man, but you're still seen as a white man. So again, if you look at it from the perspective of the white man, they don't give a damn. They just gonna see you as black. And the issue is that I have is that there are people like Hakeem Jeffries and other people who also have been removed from the element of blackness, like Amir Odom, who shared his story about him being treated differently by his own people, the same way I was treated differently by my own people. I had white friends who treated me better than the black people that I was friends with in high school. But because they were white, doesn't mean that just because they wasn't racist to me doesn't mean they wasn't racist to somebody else. Doesn't mean they was bigoted to somebody else. Everybody can have somebody that they're cool with and that they like. So for me, what I was saying is that for Hakeem Jeffries too, if he understands African American history and seeing how the police have done things to black people, and you now see that ICE is literally a militarized version of the police where they do have immunity to be able to get away with whatever they want to get away with, then you as a black man should be fighting harder to be able to get that to stop, because that's eventually going to affect brown and black people. This is the same man. Donald Trump is also the same man that said that a certain group of people were eating the dogs, were they not?
Right.
All right, then. So it's kind of like, I don't know, but you can continue.
Whatever you resist, it persists, right?
Huh?
Whatever they resist will persist, right? In a negative way.
I'm just saying reference to Hakeem because it's like no shade.
Yeah.
Okay, and if I'm wrong, am I wrong? Do I have is there another perspective that I'm not seeing it from? Because again, I still want to learn and stuff like that. But the fact that Joy Reid, a black woman, who always, for the most part, as we see black women be standing up, the feminine energy be the one that be in the forefront doing most of the work, doing all of the lifting, all the heavy lifting, and yet getting discredited, is calling out a black man. Why isn't a black man calling out a black man? Because what Joy is trying to get him to understand, just like I tried to get Amir Odom to understand, that in your own subjective perspective, you can have your own experience of blackness, but objectively from a white person's perspective at large, you are a black person. They're going to see you as an African American, which is why you have black people. The reason why I say black is because I'm using their viewpoint as the umbrella term coming to America. That's why they say, oh, I'm not black, I'm this. Because even those people, like you said, as they live here, they start to understand and feel different things. My friend from Guatemala, who is darker skinned, gets discriminated against a lot in America. So that is a lived experience as well. So all I'm saying is I think we also should take that into account as far as the history of how this country was built and how this country is still being ran and still being caught in the cycle, since we're using the word cycle, of racism. That's it.
Oh yeah, I gotta ask you this. Remember when that the woman from Australia was talking about, well, we don't do that here. We don't do racism here. It seems like your country is doing a whole bunch like it never changes over there. Like, what the hell is going on over there? Like, we don't do that. We have our own where we don't do like votes and stuff. We actually decide as the people, like, we're not going to deal with this. We're going to do it in our own way. If these motherfuckers are corrupt, we're going to make sure that we get them out of their office in Australia. Why isn't it like that in America? And why, like, I agree with her. Why isn't people changing in America? Like, this racism shit is so old and outdated since the 50s, 40s, 1800s. This shit is old. It's old. It is so old.
Yeah, because in America, it's like they said, in America, we base shit off of racism. In other countries, they base it off of classism. America actually is racism and classism, you know? But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and finish the video here. I'm gonna mute Sean.
I'm going to use the language that I want to use. You can use the language that you want to use. And the language that I'm using right now relates to these type of bold, meaningful, dramatic changes that are designed to save lives right now in communities that look like the ones that I represent. And that's the goal.
Interesting.
So let me ask you this. Yeah. And I hear what you're
saying.
saying.
Every single Democrat together in the House and in the Senate is what we're trying to do to give us the best shot to win this fight right now while we're in the minority.
My question, though, is more about, you know, if, let's say, Democrats do get back the majority, I think some of what people are looking for are, what is your project 2027, right? What will Democrats put on the table to say, give us power and we'll do X? What is on that list? Because I think if you give us power, we'll abolish ICE was on that list, people would be incredibly enthusiastic about that. If you said, right now we're going to rein them in, but give us the power, we will get rid of this agency. Is that something that Democrats are willing to coalesce around, saying we will just end it, period?
Let's move. So there's this big
Before we get into that, anybody have anything else to say? Because we're getting ready to go into the trans issue here. Miss Stevie, you got anything to say? Miss Stevie?
Yeah, I'm here. Other than that, since we're talking about ICE, I'm looking on Ghost. Shout outs to Ghost. Over 53% of Americans now say billionaires threaten democracy and want them out of political influence, according to a major new national poll. So, as we're talking about abolishing ICE, our hard-earned tax-paying dollars are going to that. They're going to this. And by the way, I don't know if y'all know this or not. Why is Donald Trump putting this barricade in front of the Capitol? Why are you putting a barricade up? I want to know. This seems like a
he's going to be
setup.
assassinated. He's keeping everybody as far back away from him as possible. He's scared. He's not the big strong man he pretends to be. He's very weak and he's whiny and he's a weak little man.
And he's old. Don't forget, he's old and he wants to get his he wants to have his way. When you get old, when the person gets old, they get cranky, such as him. Pig.
And that's my thing right there. Like, why do you have this big ass barricade up? You're terrified. This State of the Union address, and you trying to keep people away from you. You know people gonna get to your ass. Everything that you doing out here, I told you I'm not letting up off of your ass tonight.
Oh wait,
I'm not letting up.
Speaking of that, did you hear about a black man that was threatening Trump over in TikTok? He got arrested for 2 years, and also a white
I seen
man.
that.
I saw that.
Let him out. Free him. Let him out.
You free Barabbas.
If y'all can get out here and you can let go of 1,500 insurrectionists, you can let that man go too. Let him go. Free him.
Free Barabbas. Free Barabbas. Free Badapa. Free bottom. Free bottom.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't even think anybody's. It's not. It's going to be the same thing. There's not going to be a lot of people watching that State of the Union, and then he's going to come out and say it was the most watched, most beautiful, as biggest watched TV program in history. They, of him just up there, just saying all type of bullshit, And he may even go to sleep. He may even go to sleep on the damn podium, and they gotta, kick him and wake him up or something. But ain't nobody gonna watch that. Just a few Republicans and a few MAGA. Because there are a lot of MAGA don't even. Lord Deshaun. A lot of MAGA and Republicans don't even watch a lot of shit that Donald Trump be doing. He gets the lowest ratings of any president ever out there.
And the Turning Point USA, the halftime show that they had, you out here, you trying to sue Bad Bunny. Why are y'all investigating and looking into Bad Bunny? For what? For what? Because y'all are not getting the ratings that you think you are getting. And now this new FCC commissioner, this guy who pulled Stephen Colbert's interview, y'all want to control what we watch? We don't want to see his ass. I just put 2 beautiful pictures up of him up on the screen earlier. If you missed it, that's Donald Trump. The orange piggy. We don't want to see him. We tired of seeing him. In fact, 25th Amendment, like goddamn now, impeachment and removal. But see, that's the thing. You can't be scared. You cannot be scared. Oh, Lord have mercy. Let's get into this trans conversation.
The problem with the impeachments is they impeach his ass. He keeps getting impeached on stuff, but they don't remove him. And if you don't remove him, the problem persists.
Exactly. And leading up to the next dictator that will come along. They asked JD Vance, saying, what would you do if you were, what would you do? If y'all don't think that this motherfucker is sitting in wait for Donald Trump to kick the bucket like the rest of us are,
he might be the one who poisoned.
You saw how somebody prepped the Pope. Somebody passed away when they met with JD Vance. That's a clear telltale sign right there.
I feel like Stephen Miller's going to be president in the United States, and also Ross Vaughn. I don't know. It's one of them.
He's the shadow president. You talking about Hanson and Squidward?
Yep.
Yeah, well, Stephen Miller can't be, because he's not next in line of succession. He's not even in he's not a congressman or congresswoman or anything like that. So he couldn't and he's not vice president. So he's nowhere in the line, but he's still calling the shots. So basically, Deshaun, you're right. He's basically president, because him and a few others who are in the background calling the shots. They're the ones who are doing all the damn ghostwriting and shit for Trump and writing up all that shit for him, because Trump is too stupid, to sit down and probably write down a sentence, but they're the ones who are putting out all of that racist, racist, homophobic, sexist rhetoric and stuff. And Trump just reads it, and falls asleep doing that. But yeah, they're the ones who are basically in charge, not Trump. He's just their, like I said, he's just their puppet up there where they pull his strings, and he needs them and they need him, and once he's gone, JD Vance or one of those other ones in line, a step up, and they'll probably be even worse than Trump, because at least they might, at least they may, I don't know. I don't even want to say use their brains. They're probably more devious and
more nefarious and dangerous than Donald Trump, especially.
And he just loves attention, and you talking about him and praising him. That that's his his over narcissistic ways. But the other ones they're actually very, very diabolical.
Especially JD Vance. He's much more nefarious and dangerous than Donald Trump. Please keep in mind that he wrote the foreword for Project 2025. The majority of this whole regime is a part of the Heritage Foundation. And it starts with cutting the head off of the snake. The head of the snake is what? The Heritage Foundation. Squidward and Hanson, Stephen Miller and Russ Voigt, as Deshaun just said. Those are your shadow presidents. KKK, Caroline Levitt, or as Danielle Moody calls her, ICE bobblehead Barbie, who sits up there on the podium and lies to us and plays in our goddamn face. She's a part of the Heritage Foundation. The majority of this regime, the Heritage Foundation equals what? They just had their halftime show, their version of a halftime show where Kid Rock got up there and was lip syncing on stage. Turning Point USA. Turning Point USA is another branch of the Heritage Foundation. They're both white supremacist nationalist organizations. So they're benefiting. As Jasmine Crockett said, they're in for the money. The more cruelty, and it's a German word for cruelty, it's called Schadenfreude. Look it up, y'all. Schadenfreude. And it means the suffering of others. There's a word for people who get off on the suffering of other people, the pain, the crying. They don't care. Literally, they do not.
Okay. Okay, let's roll on into this trans issue. And like I said before, this happened a few months ago, but Jack A, she weighed in on this. Now I don't know the way Joy was acting, like she was surprised, like she didn't know what they were going to talk about. But I find that hard to believe because Joy's a journalist. She's going to investigate and probably just not get up here and speak on something that she didn't know anything about or whatever. So I can't really see her. To me, I think she's pretending like she didn't know what this topic was going to be about. The way the way it registers in her face. Now, it could be possible, that she didn't know, but I find it hard to believe that she didn't know that they were going to talk about this topic. But if she did know, neither one of them investigated, to find out what the truth was or what was happening before they just started talking off, spurting off at the mouth, and blaming the trans woman, instead of actually investigating to see what actually really happened, But we talked about this. Bubs talked about it. Conscious talked about it. We talked about it. And then, but I want to get y'all perspective on allyship, or like, even if you like these people or love these people and love their content and love watching them, because, they're very informative and stuff like that too. But are they really true allies? But, or are they just allies to their friends and then all the rest of us, but anyway, let's get into it.
Controversial
Right.
story. I don't know, because you have been HGTVing it and then doing your show and all the things. If you heard about this, but there was this situation at a Gold's Gym with a Black woman and a trans woman, and the Black woman ended up getting kicked out of the gym because I'll give you the details. So this woman, the Black woman, is a singer and songwriter. Her name is Tish Hyman. And there's this heated debate because, so she was in the bathroom at Gold's Gym and there was a trans woman who came in, but this trans woman presented as a man. And look, as far as like the look, when the trans person walked in there, I'm gonna be careful with my pronouns. So
even there's a hint of phobia there. Let me be, she did the, let me be careful with my pronouns, because she's basically throwing off like, we can't say what we really want to say, whatever. So let me be careful with my I don't know. It was just the way she did that was like, I really don't want to use pronouns, whatever, but let me say it anyway so they don't come after me or try to cancel me or whatever and stuff, But I don't know. I don't know what y'all think about that. When she did that little part, that just kind of.
No, that took was a little bit.
I'll say my thoughts towards the end, because
okay,
I do have a different perspective that I would like to provide, that I guess upgrades allyship to like somebody who is showing true allyship, not
Right.
performative, but
Let me
Oh,
see.
I'll give mine too. Since I'm,
Yo,
like I said, I'm the only woman here, trans woman here on this panel.
no
So I'll
shade.
definitely
Your
be giving
perspective
mine.
is yeah.
wait, let me see. Like tit for tat was like your body language
Your
says it
body language,
all.
yeah. Basically, her
Baby,
body
don't
language said
deny
something different
me.
than what was coming out of her mouth.
Deshaun, if you don't go ahead and take that macadamia oil or whatever and go handle yourself real quick and come back, because all that damn freaky energy you got is distorting your damn microphone. It's got StreamYard acting up. Go handle that.
Hey, I got the power, baby. I got the
Okay,
power. It just makes it just shake. It just doesn't know what to do with itself. You know?
here we go.
Well, send it to Sally Mae.
What Tish is saying, the Black woman, is that she described the man as a grown man with a big penis in the women's locker room. So apparently this person has not had any
Like preoperative, right? No operation, no surgery.
So this is where, like, did y'all see how Joy Reid's eyes went up like she hadn't heard this story before? Like, this is a surprise to her what Jackie is saying. Like, this is a surprise to her that they were going to talk about this, and that the trans woman was in there with their penis. But first of all, if Jackie had investigated, or did some research on this before she started talking about it, she would know that the trans woman was not in there with her penis out. She wasn't in there naked. She just, anyway, let me go on. But she was not in there naked. And then the trans woman wasn't the one going in there attacking Trish. It was Trish going in there attacking the trans woman.
Thank you.
So Tish, in the video that you see, there's an altercation between her and this trans woman, and Tish is yelling. The Black woman is yelling because she's upset. She feels like it's a violation of privacy and all the things. So it's turned into this really big debate. And Tish has been on television. She's really been talking about it a lot, but there's this whole thing about whether or not trans people should be in locker rooms. So this is beyond a bathroom, right?
Yeah.
When you have a stall. This is a locker room where there's a lot of nudity, right? You're getting in and out of the shower, you're changing clothes. And so it has become a big thing. I'm trying to see if I can.
I'm going to say this too, because they're going to talk about that trans should have their own bathroom. Now, to me, and it's just my opinion, if they had separate bathrooms that only said trans for trans women on it, to me that puts trans women in harm, because the trans women going in and out their own bathroom and it says trans on there, it's alerting men who have hate or animus towards trans people to either sneak in those bathrooms and abuse them, harm them, beat them, or whatever, or catch them coming out of there. Because once they go in there, just say they didn't know that was a trans woman, and that and then they saw that once they see them go into the bathroom labeled trans, they can wait for them outside somewhere and kill them, beat them, rape them, do any type of stuff. So you could be alerting them to something that they didn't automatically know. I mean, that's my opinion. I don't know what other people think of that.
And find something about the man.
So you see that? Did you see where she started off calling her trans woman, and then she called her a man? So
Play
she
that
did.
back
So
a little
she
bit
did.
one more time if you can.
You said back it up.
Yeah, to that part because I didn't hear that part. Kind of caught me off guard
Okay.
too. I want to make sure I heard what I
Okay.
how she structured the sentence. Sorry.
All right. Here she goes.
Writer. Her name is Tish Hyman. And there's this heated debate because, so she was in the bathroom at Gold's Gym and there was a trans woman who came in, but this trans woman presented as a man. And look, as far as like the look, when the trans person walked in there, I'm gonna be careful with my pronouns. So what Tish is saying, the Black woman, is that she described the man as a grown man with a big penis.
So Tish described him as a man, but she, before what Jackie just said, she says the man, and then she said then Tish described him as a man. So she called him a man also.
Yeah, I was trying to listen for that.
Yeah,
part,
I heard
'cause
that.
I remember this part. 'Cause I know that part finna come up.
Huh?
I said I know
Did you
that
hear
part
it?
is for I know as far as what Tish said, but
Yeah.
I know the part finna come up where she is going to have, I guess, like a Freudian slip. I'm trying to see if it just to
she
hear
just
from
did
her
it.
mouth.
Here, she just did it. Here, let's go back.
I thought it was after because
No, she called her. She said man first. She said the man, and then she says because then Tish referred to her as a man, but first Jackie called her a man.
right.
See,
That's
let's
what
go
I'm
back.
talking. I'm talking about the part where when you highlighted it and you said the man and you had it on the screen. That part hasn't come up yet. I wanted to hear that part.
Oh no, I put that there myself. After she said that, that's why I put up there a man with a question mark. Like, did she just call her a man? You know, misgender. You know. I put that up there after she had said that, but it'll pop back up. Yeah, that was me putting that. That was me inserting that into
That's what's kind of caught me. I want to get to that part because I was like, huh?
Yeah, I put that in there because Jackie, we knew that Tish had called her a man, and she was calling all trans women men.
Right.
But when Jackie said it, you know, because she said she wanted to use, basically she said, I want to use the correct terminology, you know, let me watch my pronouns and all this other type of stuff. But then she, instead of, you know, she says, well, you know, the man, and then she said, and then Tish called her a man. Let's see if let me go back just a little bit and see if you.
Oh Lord.
See if you can catch it.
People would be incredibly enthusiastic. People would be incredibly
Writer. Her name is Tish Hyman. And there's this heated debate because, so she was in the bathroom at Gold's Gym and there was a trans woman who came in, but this trans woman presented as a man. And look, as far as like the look, when the trans person walked in there, I'm gonna be careful with my pronouns. So what Tish is saying, the Black woman, is that she described the man as a grown man with a big penis.
So that's coming from Tish's words. So she kind of
It's
quoted
coming.
Tish.
She before she quotes Tish, she calls her a man, and then she says
this
Tish
woman,
said
the Black woman, is a singer and songwriter. Her name is Tish Hyman. And there's this heated debate because, so she was in the bathroom at Gold's Gym and there was a trans woman who came in, but this trans woman presented as a man. Look, as far as like,
yeah, she says presented as a man, but then she's going to go in right after this. She's going to say the man, and then she's going to say Tish called her a man. You know, Tish said a man.
Okay.
Yeah, it's getting ready to come in because first she was saying correctly, you know, to
She
me,
said trans women in the beginning, and
yeah, then but then when she got ready to go into this part, she says, and the man, and then she says, and Trish says, called her a man or something, you know. But so first she calls her a man instead of saying the trans woman or the trans, she says the man, and then she says Tish. Tish says she's a man or something. I don't know. Let me see.
The look when the trans person walked in there. Be careful with my pronouns. So what Tish is saying, the Black woman, is that she described the man as a grown man with a big penis.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So instead of her saying she described the trans woman as
right.
She said yeah.
So I don't know, yeah. Instead of like what you said, instead of saying the trans, and so what Tish is saying, instead of the trans man, she says the man, and then then Tish says whatever, and that's why I put
in the women's locker room. Okay. So apparently, this person has not had any
preoperative, right? No operation, no surgery.
So Tish, in the video that you see, there's an altercation between her and this trans woman, and Tish is yelling. The Black woman is yelling because she's upset. She feels like it's a violation of privacy and all the things. So it's turned into this really big debate. And Tish has been on television. She's really been talking about it a lot, but there's this whole thing about whether or not trans people should be in locker rooms. So this is beyond a bathroom, right?
Yeah.
You have a stall. This is a locker room where there's a lot of nudity, right? You're getting in and out of the shower.
But where do trans people go to use the bathroom when they're out in public? Do they just pee in their pants, or do they have to wear it depends? Or what's those little panties you put on that catches your pee and poop?
What?
What?
Oh, that's the what is it called? Not a diaper. It's
whatever them are. What are they not? Are they not supposed to go to the bathroom? Just say they have to use the bathroom. They're not even going in there to change or do anything. Where are trans women supposed to go? Because if they go into the men's bathroom and they're trans women, the likelihood of some type of altercation happening is probably greater than 75 to 80%. So should they leave the gym and just go and walk up and down the street until they can find a bathroom that's co-ed, that you can go in and that is public, and then you can go in and lock the door and nobody else can come in? What are they supposed to do?
I mean, look, it's bad enough where a gay man that was wearing like a gray and had all the sparkles on his face and some kind of design of grayness on his face. I forgot what you call it, shiny and metallic, where this white man was like, "What are you doing in the bathroom? You're not supposed to be in the bathroom. Why are you wearing this, bro?" And he's saying, "I'm a gay man. What do you mean, Lo? All of this, my kids and everything else, get out the bathroom. We don't need you in the bathroom." And it's a gay man. Yeah. Did you see that video?
I did.
No.
I did.
I didn't see it.
It was a white gay man in the bathroom, and this drunk mega, whatever he is, just ridiculing him, just saying that, why are you wearing that? You are a male and you are whatever, and you're in the bathroom. Why are you in the bathroom with us and all that other stuff? Yeah.
I did see that video. And I would have whooped their asses too. MAGA or not, y'all could get enough of walking up to people, harassing us in the bathrooms and stuff like that. And as a trans woman, when it comes to going to use the bathroom, I go at either I go to either the gas station or I wait till I get to the next stop. That's how I do it. But
what if the person has a weak bladder?
Regardless, right? Yeah, people have to use.
What if the person have a weak bladder though?
What I want for these people to start explaining to us or proving to us is where is the objective harm that's happening. Right. Tish would have a point if this trans person attacked her or tried to come on to her. And on top of that, Tish, you a whole lesbian. So do you think there's women that's in there that appreciate you? And when they show how Tish looks, again, you look like somebody when they said, as far as what Amir would call a butch lesbian. So you don't even fit the aesthetic of woman your damn self according to the societal aspect of it, and you're lesbian. So wouldn't you also be a danger if we're going to play that game to biological women because you're attracted to them?
Okay, I just had an idea. So you
What?
know how anything you can make anything and make something, you know what I mean, and it can be a hit, such as like a countertop dishwasher and all that other stuff. So I have a new idea so that everyone can be freaking happy. Since you don't want transgenders in there, why not have a portable, like, you know, you can use number one, and then it's like a jug, but it's like a jug that goes in, and then you can also have blinders, so you can do it in your car. So you can do it in your car, and it's like blinders, so no one can see you, and you can do your thing, like you just say, like you can ask your boss, like, hey, I gotta go somewhere a little bit, and then I'll come right back, and then that might work that way. How about that?
Squat and piss in a
Who gonna
cup.
pay for that?
No, no. You're not saying. I'm talking about like a jug, like it's like a big jug, and then it has like
No, I'm
an
saying
emergency.
who gonna pay for the people to get the big jugs, since that is the only alternative that plenty of people gonna
I'm
have.
a piss in a squat and piss in a goddamn cup like Suge Avery.
No, you're not. Wait, hold on. I'm getting there. It's like it's not small, okay? It's not small. It's like it's big and it's comfortable, and then you can do whatever. And you know what?
Ain't
Anyone
nobody
can
doing
do it.
that. Ain't nobody doing that, Deshaun.
If anyone could do it, it is. You know what? It's you can do it anywhere. Like, let's just say this. Like, if you're trapped even in a car stop, like, and if you're trapped surrounded by cars, you're not going nowhere because it's always the traffic's always congested, and you got to use the bathroom really, really bad. You keep it in your car, and you go anywhere with it. And plus, it has fresheners in it. You can drop your fresheners in there. There's like a filter, whatever, so it won't be as bad. And you know, you do whatever you do. And then you do your little business, and that's it. You don't even have to get out your car. You don't even have to, you know what I mean? And you don't have to be discriminated to.
And then you shit all over the rim. And then you pee and shit all over the rim and make a mess.
No. What number two is hard. Number two is hard. That's why I just kept the number one, because number one you really got, because the number one is the first thing where you wet yourself and all that other stuff. That's
what I'm trying to understand is that people have the protections in the bathroom. They're called bathroom stalls.
Right.
Okay. And then on top of that, I don't know about y'all, but when I go in the bathroom, I don't even like using public bathrooms anyway. You know what I'm saying? I only use them if I necessarily have to. I go in, do my shit, and get it. People be acting like everybody's walking around butt ass naked, just showing everybody's ish or whatever. Now, maybe in the men's male locker room, then maybe that might be the case. Everybody walk around naked. But, I mean, you even have people who don't like being naked around other people. I need for Tish to sit up here and explain, which we already know she hasn't. How has this woman actively harmed you? How? Until y'all can start giving us the objectivity of it all, this is just something that is in y'all mind, and that is something that y'all need to deal with. Damn.
Right. Okay, let's continue.
You're changing clothes. And so it has become a big thing. I'm trying to see if I can find something about the man. She said,
did you hear that?
She had multiple.
Did you hear that, Bubs? Bubs.
Oh, my shit on mute. Yeah, I heard that.
Oh, okay. You heard her say, I'm trying to find something about the man. She didn't say I'm trying to find something about the trans man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, trans woman. She says, I'm trying to find something about the man.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna say my other part towards the end because I want to hear the whole thing before I say what I'm gonna say. But
okay.
I hear what you're saying. Go ahead.
All righty.
Interactions with transgender women in the women's locker room that made her feel unsafe and disrespected. The individuals she encountered were fully dressed but appeared masculine and were verbally aggressive. She alleges they called her the B word several times and made her feel threatened in what should have been a private space. This led her to a breaking point with this one individual that exploded into an argument. And so do we have that video, Camille?
Yes. Oh, let's play it.
Do you want to play it?
Please.
Grown men with big dicks in the women's locker room. And that's why I'm getting kicked out. And I want to make sure the girls know.
And using hormones this year in February. And I actually relinquished that information to her about, name change. And it says female on my ID and hormones. And I mean, I'm registered as a female with the gym.
Yeah. So if you see this trans woman without the makeup and everything, it seems they look like a man to me. So I can see why, if this person is standing in the locker room, unless.
Has she ever heard of? Never mind. You don't all trans people, just trans woman, trans man, binary, non-binary. Let me show you this. Before we do that, let me show you this. What are those?
All right,
I was about to say that. Hello.
Yeah, build those old
Those
body
are,
build
those are
women.
female. Those are female.
Yeah.
Those are female. Okay. What is she gonna do if they walk into the bathroom? Deshaun, you gotta mute yourself because it's static.
Look at how Tish was built.
Right. And Tish was a whole woman. Tish was a whole female. Okay. So.
And be slinging that plastic.
Right. So if they walked into restroom too, she could have walked in there and they could have said she's a man, right? And she's not, but they could have said she's a man. What is this man doing in the bathroom? They could do the same thing to these two women. They can say these are not. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like,
and then we could also look at Serena Williams.
Stereotyping.
Like Serena Williams. Look at how Serena Williams is built. A lot of people were misgendering her and saying, "Oh, she's a big ass." You know what I'm saying? Like, look at Miss Pearly from Friday After Next with the little mustache, little whoopers on her face. Look at the individual from, I forgot what the name of the show was back in the day, but Shut Up Sucker or something. There are biological women out there that have more of their father's features because you're a child. You're made up of your mother and your father. So you're going to have different features. Like, come the fuck on. There are literally biological women who look just like their fathers in the nose, in the face. Come on. Like, again, you can have your own personal anecdotal experience of womanhood, but until you can prove how objectively trans women are taken away from your womanhood, then what you're saying is basically benefiting the patriarchy, and you feel like you don't have a purpose unless you have a man that can validate you. And if that is where you're at, my condolences.
Yeah. Oh, Miss Stevie had. All right. You got anything to say, Miss Stevie, before I pop back on the video?
I don't even think she's here. It's just me, you, and
she was just here. I just met her back. She's here. Oh, I got to add her to the stage.
And I want to hear Queen Stevie's point, because for her being a woman of trans experience, she would have more privilege than me to speak on this. So,
okay.
Okay, I'm here. Yeah, my phone had died. I had to switch phones.
Oh, okay. Did you hear any of this?
I heard where Jackie called Alexis a man, and then with the photo you showed, that's the I came in on the tail end of it. But those are women; those are biological women in that photo. Tish is a biological woman. Alexis is a woman, but because Alexis, T.S. Madison says it first, and like I said earlier, that's something that I struggle with: gender dysmorphia. Not all trans women are going to look, like, how can I say it?
Look assimilated.
Like Hope Giselle. Gorgeous. Hope is gorgeous, beautiful, chocolate, like an Amaya Scott. We're not going to fit the standard quo of what your beauty standard is or what is acceptable to society. Alexis is a woman who of trans experience who has been taking hormones and is presenting as woman. But the thing is, this is what Romers and T was talking about yesterday on the panel, which is who gets to identify as a woman. Alexis was not naked. So what are you talking about? And then for Jackie Reed, who's one of my favorite, I've been watching Jackie since BET Nightly News. Like she made me go and get the Nia Long cut too. Yes, y'all saw the picture of me with but that's hair. That's a whole nother thing. But yes, for Jackie to get up here, you used the right. Let me find the correct terms. It's the backhandedness for me. For you to sit up here and say, call Alexis 1 minute, the trans woman, you respected her, and then you go and you call her a man. This is the type of shit that I go through on a daily. And I think Deshaun was in the chat when it happened, when I was doing my conversation with Now's the Time. Someone in the comments got up and called me a man. And this is the transphobia. This is the language. Language is everything. And as the bullet point just says, nuance and tone. So deeper into the conversation of allyship, it makes me sit back and question, where do you stand on LGBT issues? And in this day and age, you have to ask where people stand politically. What are their views on these issues? Which is why you see me navigate on my show and do the stuff that I do. When I ask people certain questions, I try to pick their brains. I try to find out where they stand politically without doing it. I slide the blade in without letting them see that blade, if that makes sense. But for Jackie to sit up here and call Alexis a man, I'm just disgusted. I'm disgusted. I'm beyond disgusted. This is my first time ever seeing this. I've seen the clip and I never really dove into the context, but sitting back and then hearing it, I get a better understanding. And you don't want to come off as transphobic without being transphobic. And you call this young woman a man. Alexis is not a man. If you are, and the thing is, it's about presenting. T.S. Madison says it all the time. Fish begins in the face. And I try to make sure that I am giving woman presentation in every one of my interviews, even without hair and makeup. It's still going to give woman. And the reason why is because it's very dangerous. This is exactly why, because you have people like Tish. And if you want to go to the biological male side, the fitness creator, Dante, remember the homegirl rolled up on him and attacked him in the grocery store? Shot Brittany Colbert. It's on both sides. So it's like you don't, it's femophobia as well too, because some biological women feel as though we're taking something away from them, and that's not the case at all. But the key point here is who gets to present as woman and get to sit in the spaces with women without being attacked and standing out like a sore thumb. And Alexis stood out like a sore thumb because something was different about her. And you instantly pointed her out and you called her a man. And then for this woman, Tish Hyman, who is a biological woman of lesbian experience, to get up on all of these platforms, CTV wore her ass out, and rightfully so. You got up in this hearing in a Republican town hall meeting. Sure did, and rightfully so. Got up in this town hall meeting and basically tried to do a dog whistle to trans people and say, well, I'm a woman, I'm being attacked. You know, there's biological men that shouldn't be able to play in women's sports and in the bathrooms. And I fear for my life. Baby, them white people was looking at you like, what the fuck is you talking about, you nigga bitch? If you don't get the fuck out of here. That's exactly what they were thinking about you. So Tish, the same oppression that you're, I mean, you were like the girl who cried wolf. You were not being attacked. Alexis was not doing anything to you. She was not naked. She didn't have any of her genitalia out. So what the hell are you talking about, Tish? But for Jackie Reed, I'm just disappointed. As someone I looked up to as like a journalist, Someone I looked up to is someone who's giving the information. And Joy Reid, somewhat of her, she's kind of questionable too. It's like Don Lemon is your friend. Don Lemon is in the LGBTQ plus community, and he's friends with whom? The mother of the LGBTQ community. That would be T.S. Madison. So where do you stand on the issue of trans people? These days, you have to ask people where they stand. As we're talking about allyship, which brings us to another biological cisgender woman who is beautiful, by the way. And I remember seeing her, the first time seeing her in a Dark and Lovely hair commercial, and that's Claudia Jordan. Claudia Jordan, our girl Hope Giselle has some questions for you. You know, where do you stand on allyship? And was very critical of that. So if Hope has her reservations about somebody as it pertains to allyship, it's practically for a pretty good reason. I'm one as well too. I've just never really spoken about it. I've just sat back through the glass lens and looked at Claudia Jordan and Joy Reid and Jackie Reid and just like, okay, where do y'all stand on us? How do y'all feel about us? And the women who are not in a position, or LGBT people who are not in a position like Don Lemon or T.S. Madison, how do you feel about the rest of us in the community? Do y'all view us as men? Do y'all view us trans women in regular everyday life as men? And the answer is yes. There are some Black biological women who feel that we should identify as men. It's not going to happen. There's more than enough space for us to share that umbrella as women. And T.S. Madison says it all the time on her platform. I get sick and tired of this fuck shit. Every time you look around, again, a trans woman, oh, you don't get to have babies. I can menstruate, baby. I don't want your periods. I don't want your periods. I don't want to have a vagina. I don't want to do any of the things that biological women do. I have two sisters who do those things. And I've sat back and I've witnessed what they've had to go through. I don't want those things. I said it before and I say it again. I have a 5-year-old toy poodle. That's the only child that I want and I'm satisfied with. I am a childless dog lady and I love every minute of it. I don't want kids. Not every LGBT person wants kids. So while y'all are so fixated on trans people and our genitalia, and as Tish said, we're naked in the bathroom, and Bub said it earlier, which is absolutely right. Not everybody wants to be naked in front of y'all. Not everybody wants to have their privacy and their business all out. That's why they created bathroom stalls, so that people can have their own privacy. But see, it goes back to the pre-conversation that we had before we came on the live early. It was me, Deshaun, and Alvin before Bubs came in, which is queer people having their own spaces and bathrooms. Alvin made a point as well, too, about trans women, about us just having a bathroom that will also bring heat to us when we're already under danger. We're in danger already. We are public enemy number one. And if we have a bathroom just for us, you see women, men, and then trans women, it's going to draw attention to us and it's going to cause danger to us. Not that I don't like a little attention. As Cardi B would say, I am the drama, honey. But anyway, not that kind. I don't want to be attacked or lose my life as a result of me just going to use the bathroom when I can use the women's restroom.
Right.
And it should be that way for every queer person. Gender non-conforming, intersex, pan. And even if we have a gender neutral bathroom, which is what I think we need more of, that too will draw attention to us. So it's like we create our spaces, and I think Bub said it in one of his lives. We create our spaces like the gay clubs. We create our spaces like the bathrooms. What do? They come outside, and I used this example earlier because it did actually happen. Y'all know the club Bulldogs in Atlanta, which is a gay club, a prominent gay club. Everybody go there, Bulldogs in Atlanta. There was someone who came outside of the club and was quoting Exodus, because you know they love that particular platform that Bubs used to go on. They love to go into Leviticus and Exodus and all of these anti-gay, hateful rhetoric, this scripture, this indoctrination, this religious indoctrination.
Y'all are so deeply infatuated with us and our homophobia and our transness. Not homophobia, but our queerness and our transness. Y'all are infatuated with us. Like we can't even go and mind our business and go in our spaces without y'all coming and shouting insults at us. Without y'all showing up at the pulpits, affirming churches, gender affirming and queer affirming. And there was a black man who stood up in front of the pulpit and recited a bunch of homophobic scripture to the whole congregation. And they were trying to get him out of the church, and he proceeded to stay there. So when we create our spaces, they show up, they harass, they antagonize. Where do y'all want trans women to go? Where the hell are we supposed to go to use the bathroom? And I think what Deshaun said was funny as hell. Now I don't mind pissing in a goddamn cup, squatting and pissing in a goddamn cup. I don't mind if it takes that. But let people use the bathroom that they want to use. If they're not causing any harm to you, go on about your business. All of what Tish did was totally unnecessary because nobody is bothering you. But it makes me look at you sideways, Jackie Reed. When you go from using the correct term, you like, let me use the correct terminology. I ain't trying to get canceled. See, that's the thing. Y'all celebrities with power, you're afraid of being canceled. You don't want that the baby treatment, Jonathan Kirk treatment. You remember what he sat up on stage on Rolling Loud? And by the way, he just came out in a recent podcast and said he has no regrets about what he said about the queer community on the stage at Rolling Loud. No regrets whatsoever. So he lost everything. His contracts, endorsements to big brands, all of that. That's why y'all don't want to get canceled. Stop being ignorant. Educate yourself, which I think is Alvin said. I'm pretty sure Joy was aware because y'all two text each other. If y'all have this show together, just like Madison and Craig have their show, I'm pretty sure that they call each other on the phone. They go over everything, and we see them practically together on the green screen before they go live and do Fag Talk. So Joy had to have known about this.
Yeah.
But Joy was just like, you got it. Hey, I'm not going to dive too deep into it. And rightfully so. She's just like, I'm trying to recover from what I said. Yes, Joy Reid has done one of the most ignorant homophobic things. Yes. And she came out and she apologized for that. That's growth. When you see somebody who is willing to own up to what the problem is, that is growth. If you are not willing to change and evolve with the times, Jackie Reed, this is for you. And I'm not going to, chastise her like that, but accountability across the board. It's accountability across the board. And that's where education comes in. When you have people who are not educated, you said trans woman at first, and then you go to the man. You call me, I give this an example. You call me Miss Stevie, and then you call me a man. And it's just like, no, that's not how the world sees me. Respect people for how. Right.
That'd be like calling you Miss
I
Stevie.
mean, well, I don't mind
Hey, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. I mean, I know who I am, honey. I show up as woman, and y'all see that. And the thing is, this is where education comes in. And you sit down, and I think that somebody like a T.S. Madison's platform is bigger than mine. I think with T.S. Madison sitting down with her on the Outlaws podcast and having a conversation, that would be good. That's where education, maybe T.S. Madison should sit down with Joy Reid as well too. That's something that I can manifest in the future. Who knows if she can get Miss Pat still set in her ways. She sat down with Tammy Roman. Tammy Roman's still set in her ways. But maybe sitting down and having an open, honest conversation. Hell, she sat down with Nene Leakes. Nene is kind of still set in her ways. And that interview went viral. We are still to this day talking about the T.S. Madison and Nene Leakes podcast interview because it was a conversation. It's still biological women versus trans women. And this is why you guys see me do my girl talks on Style by Stevie, because I want to show that you can bridge the gap with different different Black women from different walks of life whose experiences are different. And some
You
of
know,
them are
most of
allies.
most of the people on your show though are heterosexual women and men. Most of the ones when I'm watching your stuff, most of I hear an echo. Most of most of hold on. Most of the people who what is that echo? What is that echo?
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah. Hello? Yeah, most of the people who I see on hold on. It's an echo. I'm gonna put you on mute for a minute, Miss Stevie. Most of the people who I see coming on your show when you're doing your talk shows, most of them are heterosexual men and women. You know, you do have like, the LGBT in there too, but a lot of times those are straight those are heterosexual men and women, to my knowledge. I mean, I don't really know their sex, they're, who they're having sex with or whatever, but the way they talk when they say they're with their wives or their husbands or their boyfriends or girlfriends, a lot of times they to me they're they're heterosexual, and you're bridging that gap. You know what I'm saying? Because they're coming on your show having interviews with you and stuff. And like Vanessa Williams, she's heterosexual. She was on your show, and quite a few other people, famous people was on your show. So, and so you're bridging the gap and stuff. I don't know. To Joy's credit, she does say that she don't want to see nobody naked. It didn't have a lot to do with just because Alexis was trans. Joy was saying, I just don't want to see nobody naked in the bathroom. I don't want to see no boobies, no coochie. I don't want to see, no flat butt. She was saying stuff, like that. I don't want to see anybody naked. But the thing of it is, they didn't do their They didn't do their research because Alexis was not in the bathroom naked. She had on her clothes. And when she went into a stall and pulled the door behind her, just like Bugs was saying about stalls. She actually went into the stall, but when she came out, she had on her clothes just like the other people had on her clothes, and her dick was not hanging out. So that's a lie. And so I think Jackie, before she pulled this video up and put it up there to talk about trans women and women's rights, and women should have the right to their opinion without being called transphobic or any of this type of stuff. She should have did her research first before she put this up here, because it does make her look transphobic. What we were talking about before we started the program, Miss Stevie, I had, before this show, read this, read that. I had never heard of Jackie before, but I've always watched Joy, and I always loved Joy, and I'm still watch her, and I get a lot of my stuff from what Joy is, what she's putting out there. And I don't know if she's, like I said, I don't know if she's ally adjacent, because but to both of them though, I don't see them like that they're really fully truly allies to the LGBTQ community just by some of the stuff that they're saying. And Joy has said this stuff before, years ago, but then now we're back in here again, with her agreeing with Jackie on what Jackie's saying about trans women and them in the bathroom and in sports and stuff, like that. So I don't know if you would consider that a true ally. She might be ally adjacent if there's such a thing. But I'll go ahead and finish playing it and then let because Bub wants to weigh in, and we got to get out of here because we need to get on to his show because it's going to be starting here soon.
Yeah.
Yes, 10
that
o'clock.
It could be
You'll be
a
on.
little off-putting. So the big debate is whether or not, girl, this has become a firestorm. And someone reported, I'm not reporting this, that this trans person, the name that she has now is the name of an ex that from a relationship that ended very badly. And there may have been some criminal activity on that person's behalf. In fact, let me look that up because I want to be, I'm gonna have to put this out if I'm not specific about it.
Yes, and it seems I'm looking it up here that apparently, reportedly, this person may have had some incidents of like violence against women.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's what someone's reporting.
right. And Tish Hyman is also saying that that she was verbally harassed by this trans woman.
And she's a lesbian, by the way. She's open about that. You know, she's part of the LGBTQ community. I think that's important to point out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, this is a tough one because I think that if I was in, well, first of all,
why is that important to point out that she's a lesbian? Does that make it okay that she can say that type of stuff, that Tish can say the shit that she said and act the way that she did? Because since she's a lesbian, even though she's a female, but she's also a lesbian, so that gives her the right to behave that way.
I have, back when I used to be at Ms. Now, when it was called MSNBC.
I love the way you said Ms. Now.
Ms. Now. That's what it looks like. I mean, the MS doesn't stand for Microsoft anymore, so it's like it's Ms. It doesn't.
Yeah.
So back then, I used to go in the gym, and one of the things I used to absolutely hate in the locker room, because I maybe I'm just a weird, sort of shame-based Caribbean daughter of a Caribbean mother, but I would always change in like a private room because I'm like, I'm not trying to change in front of people like that. I'm trying to get naked because I don't need people to see me naked and to see me in the hallway later.
Did you hear that? Did y'all hear that?
No, I didn't hear it.
Oh, here, let me take it back.
I think that if I was in, well, first of all, I have, back when I used to be at Ms. Now, when it was called MSNBC.
I love the way you said Ms. Now.
Ms. Now. That's what it looks like. I mean, the MS doesn't stand for Microsoft anymore, so it's like it's Ms. It doesn't.
Yeah.
So back then, I used to go in the gym, and one of the things I used to absolutely hate in the locker room, because I maybe I'm just a weird, sort of shame-based Caribbean daughter of a Caribbean mother, but I would always change in like a private room because I'm like, I'm not trying to change in front of people like that. I'm trying to.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, but the way that I'm hearing it, I don't think she meant like those people. I think she just meant in general, like, I don't feel like I would change in front of people like that. Like me. Like when I went to high school and I was in gym, which I hated, when I went in tunnel vision, I changed my clothes and that's it. There were people walking around, but to her point, I believe she was saying it from the point of like, I don't like changing around people like that. But I can understand how it's assumed to be like people like that in reference to trans people, but how she stated it, I believe she was saying it in the realm of, well, me personally, I don't get naked or dress around people like that.
Yeah, because she did say that she doesn't like to change in front. She don't want to see anybody naked.
Right.
So
I think that's what she meant as far as people like that.
It can go either way. She could mean like those type of people, or it could mean that I just don't like to be. I don't like to see anybody naked. I don't want to see anybody naked. I don't want to change around them, and I don't want them changing around me. So that can go either way.
But you think she meant it in a transphobic way?
I don't know. I mean,
okay.
I don't really like.
I don't really know if she did or not, because she, some of the stuff she's saying some of the stuff that she's saying is positive, but some of it seems kind of negative, so it's hard to, I can judge with Jackie, because I can tell that there's some some transphobic, and she might be even homophobic too, so who knows, queerphobic or whatever. But I'm just going off this trans stuff here right now. So I can detect the transphobia in her, regardless of whether she doesn't want to be called transphobic or not. It's actually displaying in full view. With Joy, it's kind of hard it's kind of hard to say that, you know, I think she might harbor some transphobia, but maybe not as harsh as Jackie does. But I don't know if that still lets her off the hook, you know, because it still seems like she's transphobic adjacent. You know, just once you hear the rest of it, you know, hear them say this or whatever. So it's just hard because, you know, because I do like her, and you know, and I heard her apology. I'll play her apology after that. It's like about a minute or two. But then I heard her apology from a few years ago, and she actually went in on the gays and the trans, you know, and queer people. She just went in, but and then she said she don't remember saying that type of stuff. But and she did come out and apologize. But this is a few years later, and then this sort of transphobic, sort of half transphobic, half not type rhetoric is coming out of her mouth. So I don't know how to take her, but I do know how to take Jackie.
Okay. Well, we can listen further because she might say something that might hit it for me. Because from what I'm hearing, me personally, I think she meant it like I just don't change around people like that. But she might say something different. I don't know.
And I kind of take it that way. I kind of take it that way a little bit, but I'm not for sure. I'm on the border with that.
I understand. You very vigilant on it, and I get it. Yeah,
yeah,
just to see.
I don't know whether.
I'm
not 100% one way or the other, because she could have meant those type of people. You know, I'm not trying to change around people like that. You know, like, is it that those trans people, those trans women in our dressing room, or just people in general running around naked with their boobies and titties and stuff hanging out? Because she does say that in here.
Right. Okay.
So, you know, it can go either way.
Get naked, because I don't need people to see me naked and to see me in the hallway later.
Yeah.
I would be disturbed. I'm telling you, I would be alarmed. I'm alarmed enough when I see a woman with her dangling boobies.
Yeah.
If I saw a penis in the ladies' locker room, I would freak out too. This is just. I mean, this is nothing against trans anybody. What it's saying is, if I turn around and I see a penis in front of me inside of the room, I would probably go to management and say, "Wait a minute, why is there a naked man in this room?" Because just the world we live in, just from a safety standpoint.
But you want a penis inside your coochie so you can have a baby, or so you can have an orgasm, or so you can have sex. So. Well, a penis, you know, why people figured out about penises? Shit, it's a penis, just like a boobie and a coochie is a vagina. Shit, and mammary glands. Shit, we got to look at those.
And just from a privacy standpoint, so I can see why she would have gone and reported to management. There's a man naked in the band. Now, if they clarified and they said, well, trans, okay, but I think they should take her concerns also seriously. Because if she's uncomfortable, does she not have the right to be at least uncomfortable with the situation, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think they could have come up with a better solution. I understand that she was upset and very loud about it, and she's been outspoken about it. But to your point, I think she had every right to be upset. I don't want to be in a woman's locker room and see men genitalia.
No.
I don't want to see it. I don't think that any woman that does not, who bothers, and some people may be like, I don't care. Some women may be like, it doesn't bother.
They might not.
For those of us who it bothers, I don't think that we should have to be subjected to that.
I don't want to see women genitalia. I don't want to see no genitalia.
I don't want to see it, but I especially don't want to see male genitalia in a woman's locker room. I just do not. And I feel like there has to be a line drawn. I'm all for the trans community. If that's your life, I'm all for it. I have no problem. That's your life. That's your walk. I think trans people should have rights.
Agree.
I'm glad that they're protected by, hate, protected by hate crime laws, and all of the things.
But are you really? Are you really?
Yeah, are you really though? Because the thing is, you said you can respect their autonomy, you can respect everything they do, but the thing is, you're saying, I don't want to see this, I don't want to see that. The thing is, the trans, she did not expose anything. Alexa did not expose herself like that. She really didn't. She was
Right.
fully
No, she did.
clothed.
She was fully clothed. She had on her gym outfit.
And when that woman got berserk, like these men with big dicks coming in the locker room, that's dangerous. I'm like, what?
They're just going off of because she was cocky, you know, because she, they think that because she didn't look like what they think the typical female should look like, or woman should look like, or whatever. And then their own transphobia was rolled up in there too.
Now I do have a question before we go further, real quick. Do you think that they okay? So if they were to come across a trans person who was post-op, and you found out that they were born biologically male, would that change anything?
I don't know. You talking about for me or for them?
No, I'm talking about for them. Because it's like, again, the issue is, well, it's just a big old penis that's just right there in front of me. So it's kind of like, again, I guess what I'm asking is, if this person was a post-op trans person who no longer had the anatomy as far as they were born with,
right?
But you still knew that they were trans,
right?
Would you still feel the exact same way? Because if you're sitting here and thinking of the dick in a way of like abuse or something like that, that's a personal thing that you got to deal with. Until you can sit up here and show that Miss Mama's abused you in the bathroom, and you're just going off of the fact of it being a dick or whatever, then, I mean, that's the problem. If you... Let me pause my game, girl, because these people are trying to kill me while I'm talking to y'all.
So what if it's just like what you said though, Bubs? What if, just say Alexis was post-op, but she still looked the same in the face, but she already done had her but now she has boobs and a vagina, but her face still looked exactly the same.
And then on top of that,
what? Because I've seen white people who look just like Alexis, and they were real females. I've seen a whole lot of them.
Yeah, and then on top of that, the way that what's her name, Jackie and Tish responded was because she looked like a man, not because she had a penis, but because she looked like a man. Because when you look at her, again, these are social constructs that are identified with masculinity in men. So y'all already judged her before y'all was in her pants. And the funny part is, y'all claiming that trans people want to get in your pants, but y'all more in their pants than they are in yours. I don't understand it, and I don't get it. It's very weird to me. Like, if you don't like dressing around people in the locker room, you also have the opportunity to not dress in there at all. You can go somewhere else and dress as well. Like, you're not stuck with these choices. Like, there are alternatives. And if we're going to talk about alternatives, let's talk about alternatives across the fucking board.
Right.
But I feel like there should be separate locker rooms. I feel like for trans people, I feel like, the thing that bothers me with it, and it's not, I think there's some trans women, most trans women are lovely. Not like I've encountered them all, but I've been around some trans people, and I think they're lovely. But there's this sect of trans women that I feel just want to just erase women. You know what I mean?
So ain't this what y'all were talking about yesterday in y'all live, Bubs? Didn't y'all say this? Didn't some of the discussion center around what she just said?
Yeah, erase women. Like, what do you mean erase women? What are you talking about, erase women? You're not getting erased. You're still here. Erasing women means that all you women are going to get erased from existence. You're not erased. You're born here. That don't even make any sense either. Because a lot of people need to start correcting their terms. Instead of erase, what about replace? There's no such thing as erase. What do you mean erase?
But that's the thing. Trans people not even trying to replace.
That don't even make
no
sense.
They're not even replacing them. Yeah, they're not even replacing them. That's just a bunch of bullshit, or whatever. it's just some of it is to me. It's
The
just
issue,
envy and jealousy, and have something
Like black people
throw
are
off
the
about.
most illiterate people I've ever seen. Like for instance, let's go to gay men that say they're ex gay. Lust. What do you mean lust? That means lust means you can't put your sexuality with lust. There is no sexuality with lust. Lust is every sexuality. White, even straight people have a lust problem, which is a sexual problem, which is a what is it called? They have a sexual deviant problem. Lust is a sexual deviant problem. It got nothing to do with your sexuality. You can actually what is called self discipline yourself. You can self discipline yourself when it comes to any sexuality. But they try to use their sexuality to change as I'm straight now, knowing that lust isn't going to go away. It's not going away if you can't change your lust. Get rid of the lust. It got nothing to do with your sexuality. You're a hoe, you a hoe. Period. Stupid.
They insist that that their life experience is the same lived experience as those of us who are actually born women. And so I have an issue with that. And I don't think that it's, transphobic to say that, but they're so quick to label you. Society is so quick to label you when you say something like that. Like, I have a problem with that. There's some things I don't agree with everything. I don't think that trans men or women should be playing in sports. I don't think somebody like a Bruce Jenner, when he was in his heyday at the Olympics, should have been competing with women. I just don't. I have an issue with that, but that's, my right to have, and it doesn't make me transphobic to say that. So I feel like the gym situation and the locker room situation, you could just easily solve it by making a trans locker room.
Or gender neutral, because give people the choice.
League.
Yeah.
Let the trans people play against each other, right? I don't think that they should be in sports, and I don't think that they should be in locker rooms unless you have had the full surgery.
Oh, so now they answer the question. Okay.
Far in political correctness still that it's made it so that, and I think one of the reasons that this issue became salient politically is that it's been made a taboo to even have the conversation.
Yes, exactly.
And people are like, you can't even question
Can you pause
this.
that right
Otherwise,
Now, when they say full surgery, right?
Wait, hold on a second, Sean. Do you have to tell people you've had the full surgery? Is that a requirement now? You have to tell people that you have to let everyone know that you have had a procedure. Do you have to do that? Isn't that personal? Go ahead,
It's a
Deshaun.
waste of time. Nobody has time for that. Like, listen, if you're not clocky, you're not clocky. They won't know. The problem is they want to know everything about what you got, if you got clocked, if you had that surgery or anything. But even if you had that surgery, you still can't go into the woman's bathroom because they're still afraid of what you gonna do. You still can't go to the women's bathroom. You still can't go to the women's locker room. You still can't play women's sports because even if you did get a surgery, there's heterosexuals now saying that even if you did have that surgery, you still not joining in. You will never be a woman. You'll still never, all of that shit. So it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. They say you can never change. They say that you can never change what you are, even if you had the surgery. It is weird. It is so weird. I'm like, what? It's crazy. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm here too. What Joyce says, it's just questionable to me also.
Locker room situation, you could just easily solve it by making a trans locker room.
Or gender neutral, because give people the choice.
League.
Yeah.
Let the trans people play against each other, right? I don't think that they should be in sports, and I don't think that they should be in locker rooms unless you have had the full surgery.
We are so far in political correctness still that it's made it so that, and I think one of the reasons that this issue became salient politically is that it's been made a taboo to even have the conversation.
Yes, exactly.
You know, and people are like, you can't even question this, otherwise you're J.K. Rowling's and you're a turf and you know. So it's like,
and
I
MAGA
think
turned it into something.
They made it very valuable to themselves.
Right, because this woman, the Black woman, has been on Fox News.
That's who's going to embrace her.
Places, but they jumped on it, right? Because that's one of your talking points.
Because this is their argument, but they find the rare cases. I have known, not a lot of trans women, but I know a few. I don't know any who preoperative would strip down naked in front of a bunch of women in the locker room. So I think this individual, individual had some other issues that might also have to do with a little white privilege situations, where this person felt like I could be in your face. This person probably had, because look, just because somebody's a minority don't mean they're not an asshole. And this person could have just been an asshole who decided, F it, I'm just going to get stripping naked without, people need to have decency and politeness and think about whether people want to see you naked. Think about whether this is what people need in this moment and want. If you're in a locker room and you're preoperative, and that is now your taste level and your level of care about your fellow human beings, that you think I have a right, because it's my right to get naked. I'm gonna get naked whether you feel like it or not. I just think that might be on you being an ass. I think this trans woman might have been just an asshole. And I think that the company, Gold's Gym, should have been more sensitive to how the woman in this situation felt. Because women are now, we have a right to have feelings about things.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I agree with that. I mean, I feel there were women, there were trans women in the comments saying that this trans woman in the Gold Gym situation was wrong.
Dead wrong. I think it was too.
Absolutely wrong. And so I think it's good to have these conversations, but 100%. In a way where people who have concerns or may not be all, well, I think anything that trans, men or women want is just good. I'm good with everything. I'm not good with everything. And I don't, and I think that people who are not should be allowed to say that without being accused of being transphobic.
Okay. So then I'm gonna play her apology, and then y'all weigh in.
Good morning and welcome to AM Joy. A community that I support and that I deeply care about is hurting because of some despicable and truly offensive posts being attributed to me. Now, many of you have seen these blog posts circulating online and in social media. Many of them are homophobic, discriminatory, and outright weird and hateful. When a friend found them in December and sent them to me, I was stunned. Frankly, I couldn't imagine where they'd come from or whose voice that was. In the months since, I've spent a lot of time trying to make sense of these posts. I hired cybersecurity experts to see if somebody had manipulated my words or my former blog. And the reality is they have not been able to prove it. But here's what I know. I genuinely do not believe I wrote those hateful things because they are completely alien to me. But I can definitely understand, based on things I have tweeted and have written in the past, why some people don't believe me. I've not been exempt from being dumb or cruel or hurtful to the very people I want to advocate for. I own that. I get it. And for that, I am truly, truly sorry. I had a conversation the other day with a friend who's also an advocate in the LGBTQ community in Florida, who rightly took me to task for my tweets mocking Ann Coulter using transgender stereotypes. I apologize to my friend, and I want to apologize to the trans community and to Ann. Those tweets were wrong and horrible. I look back today at some of the ways I've talked casually about people and gender identity and sexual orientation, and I wonder who that even was. But the reality is that, like a lot of people in this country, that person was me. I grew up in a household that, like many in America, had conservative views on LGBTQ issues. I had friends, some of my closest friends, in fact, growing up, who I later learned were gay and who had kept it secret from me and from everyone else we were close to, because they didn't know what we would say, or if we would still be friends, or whether we would look at them differently. I can remember a friend of mine, my freshman year in college, telling me he was gay, and my knee-jerk reaction being that it was so disappointing to the women he could have married. He was so hurt, he didn't speak to me for months. I'm heartbroken that I didn't do better back then, knowing so many great people in the LGBTQ community, including amazing friends and journalists and producers and political operatives and great dads and moms and advocates and just regular people. And knowing how hard it must have been for so many of them to come out to their families, to their friends, to just walk around in the world, especially for trans people. And I feel like I should have known better than to ever write or tweet in a way that could make fun of or make light of that pain and that experience, even a decade ago when the country was in a very different place. But I cannot take any of that back. I can only say that the person I am now is not the person I was then. I like to think I've gotten better as a person over time, that I'm still growing, that I'm not the same person I was 10 or 5 or even 1 year ago. And I know that my goal is to try to be a better person and a better ally. Now, the reality is I have to own the things that I've written and tweeted and said. And I'm hoping out of all of this, there's an opportunity to talk about the ways in which hurtful speech really does imperil marginalized communities. These issues matter, not just theoretically, but because we're talking about our friends, our kids, our coworkers, people who deserve better than what I have sometimes given them.
So what do y'all think about that?
Wait, Steve, you want to go first?
Stevie?
As if they
Oh, there she goes.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Good.
I was about to say.
The Sandman didn't get you.
The Sandman didn't get you. No. That apology, you can tell when it's really scripted. Whereas, they have to look up, they're all seriousness and professional, and they sound like a robot almost. And it's like, well, my friends told me this. Listen, we still kind of questionable about it. And Jackie Reed, say you're transphobic without saying you're transphobic. That's what it is. That's the same thing that Claudia Jordan basically was saying, which is, I don't feel comfortable in the bathrooms with trans women. See, they don't want to be labeled as transphobic or homophobic because they know it's going to affect their bags. But see, the Black community is doing the same thing the white community is doing to us. And that is excommunicating people away because of their sexuality or their genders or how they choose to identify. That is the same thing we're doing to our own. Please believe that you cannot, and I mean you cannot, exclude us from the Black experience. This is where, again, it's just like the diaspora wars. It's like, okay, do I want to identify as Black or do I want to identify as this? Asian Doll, what's her name, the rapper? Asian Doll says she's Native American, Native Indian, one of the two. And I find it how funny. People will call themselves allies 1 minute and then you walk back on it because you done got in hot water for what you said. And I can give you an example. Neo got in trouble for some transphobic things that he said. He doubled down on it. So they don't want to be called transphobic or homophobic. Oh no, anything in the world but that, because they don't want it to affect their bags. And not saying Jackie Reed is a capitalist. I don't know that woman from a can of paint. I admire her work. I mean, like I said, she was on BET's nightly news. You go and you look it up, Jackie Reed. But in Joy Reid, we know her from where? News Now and now MSNBC. But you have to, in this day and age, you have to let people know exactly where you stand politically. Because people are going to take it as that. That clip that I just saw, like I said, this is my first time seeing it. I've seen it. I really didn't understand it. Now I get the context of it. Completely. And women. There are some biological women who said, I don't feel safe with trans people. And then there are some out here saying, if this person is not bothering me, they're doing their thing, they're going on about their business. Other women in that locker room in Gold's Gym did not have an issue with Alexis. The only one who did and made a big deal about it was Tish Hyman. That's the only person who had an issue with it. And now you got Claudia Jordan and you've got Jackie Reed, and Joy Reid was kind of siding with her as well too.
And all
Yeah.
of y'all are saying this. They are black biological women who are cool with trans women. And you see that on my show. I wish I could highlight it was a way that I could just pull it and let the world highlight it even more to see that there is no division. There are black biological women out here who are true, genuine allies. And then there are some who are not. And I think, as Alvin said, they are ally adjacent. If you're of status, if you're like Don Lemon and you're of status, that's cool. But masculinity is okay. Femininity or wanting to identify as feminine or as woman, that's a step too far. Again, you cannot gatekeep who gets to identify as a woman and who gets to be feminine and who does not get to be feminine. You're policing other people, and that is very dangerous. So, Joy Reid, that apology, that was years ago when she was on MSNBC. It seems very scripted to me because whenever they get caught up in hot water, they give us these damn scripted apologies. And please don't forget that the teleprompter is right there. They're having to read it off straightforward and look and say exactly what's on that teleprompter. So, Joy Reid and everybody, I say a redo of an apology is needed, and I say an apology is needed to the entire LGBTQIA plus community. Long overdue to us because y'all have associated us with pedophilia for the longest, and it's not us. The call is coming from within your own house, and it's typically straight men. It's typically straight white men. It's not trans people. And I said this in Bub's chat. You want to associate trans people and queer people, mainly trans, with going to the bathrooms, or we're going to do something to the women. No. The people you should be goddamn concerned about is the motherfuckers that's out here in these Epstein files. That's who you need to be concerned about. We're not out here harming the children and women. Children were eaten, and that is in the Epstein files. We're talking about Jeffrey Dahmer style. Children were eaten. But y'all don't want to talk about that. You got TD McNutt out here. You got pedophiles running the government, oligarchs running the government, every branch of it. And y'all are worried about trans people. The issue is not us. And as T.S. Madison would say, you are not allowed. You are not allowed. At all, you are not allowed. At all.
Don, what you got to say with all that noise in the background? What is all that?
Background.
Look like he was in a shower or running through a floor. What you got to say, Deshaun? He's froze. Bubs, you got anything to say before we get out of here? Because this is the last of it.
Yeah. Say this real quickly. One thing that I will say, because I was having this conversation about trans with someone who I do respect, who is heterosexual and just thinks in a way that helps me to understand things. Here's the thing. When we talk about allyship, I think one thing that is going to be needed, especially with those who are really trying to make a change, is that sometimes they are going to slip up. Sometimes they're going to have a Freudian slip and say something. But if they really are an ally, they will not mind being checked in that moment about it. Like, just the proper pronouns. Okay, I'm sorry, my bad. This is what it is. Even with me as a same gender loving man, it took my father a while for him to accept that he had a same gender loving son, because of the societal expectations that were placed on both of us as males, and this identity of what a man should be. But he had to personally work through that, and I had to give him a little bit of grace. You get what I'm saying? So for the people who genuinely trying to learn, they're not going to get it overnight. Just like mother Maddie didn't get it overnight. It took Mama Maddie a minute for her to like really start to affirm or find ways to affirm her daughter in the pronouns that she preferred, to where now you don't hear her misgendering her daughter. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's just like, it's so funny. These people who talk about these plans and what can happen as far as, oh, well, let them have their own bathrooms. Let them have this. There are already gender neutral bathrooms. There are already these things put in place. But again, what if places do not offer gender neutral bathrooms? Then what happens? Then again, what do they do? Where do they use the bathroom at? Do they use it outside? If they use it outside, they're getting caught with indecent exposure. So it's kind of like, I feel like a lot of this stuff is kind of like bad faith arguments. Like there's this faith that we can make it, but you don't even really believe in your faith because you're not willing to do your part. Let's say that trans people get their own bathroom, and again, like I said, gender non-conforming bathrooms, whatever the case may be, y'all still gonna have a problem with it. But why are we spending money on that? But why we gotta spend our resources on that to make them feel comfortable? Y'all do not like trans people, and whether you like them or not, they're gonna be here before you, during, while you're here, and after you. So I understand why people have a big ass hang up over that shit. It's crazy to me. But that's it.
Deshaun, what you got to say before we get out of here? Deshaun, he's been having trouble all night. Okay, I'm gonna play this last little video of pay Jesse Jackson a little bit of homage before we get out of here, and what he said about Trump. His parting words to the world.
Well, I want to see us in this year use our collective vote to defeat Donald Trump. Trump represents something dangerous to America. Using the presidency for personal gain, without enforcing the environment laws in our Constitution, playing on racial fears. In Africa and the Caribbean are S-holes, the S stands for. It's a Mexican judge is incapable of being judicious. The Charlottesville situation where you had the white supremacists march with tiki lamps, challenging Jews, banning Muslims. He's done some awful stuff to America, and we cannot afford that. We're more isolated in the world. We are isolated from the G7 countries. We're isolated from our neighbors in Canada and Mexico. We deserve better leadership in this. So I want to see Trump defeated.
Okay, Bubs, tell everybody a little bit about your channel and where they can find you, and what you're going to be talking about tonight. Once we leave here, we're going to pop on over to Bubs' channel. Tell us a little bit about what's going to be going on over there, what your channel is about, and then where they can find you.
Okay, awesome. Again, my name is Bubs the Guy. You can find me here on YouTube primarily. Okay, make sure y'all check out my video essays, one on the DL Whisperer, or Durek Palmer, if you will. Make sure y'all check out my latest video essay on Amir Odom, which is also, as you can see on the screen, what we're going to be discussing tonight. What is a woman? It is Amir versus Mason, who, if I'm not mistaken, is a non-binary person. So it's going to be very interesting if you're into conversations about queer advocacy, Black advocacy, and a little bit of spirituality as well. Go ahead and subscribe, and we'll be happy to have you over there. So thank you again, T for T, for having me as always.
Thanks for popping up in here. I appreciate all of y'all. Deshaun, are you still there? Tell everybody about what you're putting out there on Instagram, and about your little channel. I think Deshaun, he done had trouble. Miss Stevie? Miss Stevie? Are you there?
Miss Stevie?
Oh, I think we lost her.
Okay. Well, everybody, have a good night. Thanks for joining us here tonight.
Wait a minute.
Have a good night.
Thanks for joining us here tonight.
Echo.
Is she back? Queen Stevie back?
Hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Now we can hear you.
Oh, yeah, Miss Stevie, tell us.
Okay, yes, it was muted.
Oh, okay. Tell everybody about your channel, and tell everybody a little bit about your channel, and where they can find you. Hello. I'm not muting her. She's muting herself. Because I'm
It
not
might
muting
be
her.
the
She's muting
audio with
herself.
StreamYard.
Yeah. Well, anyway, world, thanks for joining me tonight here on Tit for Tat and with the Short Stack Revolution. And hop on over to Bubs the God's channel right after here. He's going to be doing you doing a live stream, Bubs, or you doing a video with a live, with commentary in the comments and stuff? What you doing?
I'm doing. We're going live tonight, so it'll
Okay.
be in real time. Yep.
Okay. Well, we about to pop on over there to your stuff, and thanks, world, for joining us. I appreciate everybody. Please like, comment, share, and subscribe. And we'll see you on the next go round.
All right.